welcome to your 2025 Tippecanoe County Goat Show. We'll now be starting with Class 1 Alpine Doe 2-year-old milker.
All right, good morning. So this is a single entry here in our 2-year-old Alpine milking doe class, and a really dairy individual, especially when you go to get your hands on her. She's really open about that rib, showcasing a lot of spring of rib today. One thing I would like to change about her is that just that mammary system just showing a little bit more balance between the halves when viewed from the rear, but really good stylish show to start off our dairy show today.
First place in Class 1 is exhibited by Cooper Walters. Now entering the ring, Class 2 Alpine Doe 5 years and over.
So this is our aged Alpine Doe class, and a really dairy individual. She really excels in regards to that mammary system, really balanced in that mammary system, especially when viewed from the side, demonstrating a third behind the leg, a third hidden by the leg, and a third in front of the leg. Could have withstood some good competition today in this aged Doe class. Excited to compare the two for our champion Alpine Doe.
First place in Class 2 goes to Parker Walters. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Alpine milker.
this is my lineup for champion Alpine milking doe, and for me, there's a doe out here that just really excels in regards to that mammary system. Just a more capacious mammary system, especially due to the number of lactations that she has in comparison to her contemporaries. I am going to go ahead and go with my age doe for grand, my 2-year-old for reserve.
Your champion Alpine milker was exhibited by Parker Walters. Her trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate. Your reserve champion Alpine milker goes to Cooper Walters. His trophy is sponsored by Farmers National Riley Miller. Now entering the ring, Class 3, LaMancha Doe, 3 years and under 5.
This is my class of 3 and under 5-year-old LaMancha does, and for me, I'm starting with the doe that really excels the class in regards to general appearance. Just an extremely long-bodied individual, especially when you view them from the side. She's really smooth blended from that neck down into that shoulder, and she carries that length all the way back in terms out through that rump. And when viewed from the rear, she's also the widest through that chest floor, walking with the most width between the hocks and widest from thorough to thorough. She will grant some mammary systems in regards to our doe standing in second, especially in that area, that rear udder and that rear udder attachment. The doe standing into just a more tremendous width to that rear udder, probably not as smooth as blended into that fore udder as our doe standing in first, but capacity is granted that doe standing in 2. 2 over 3 for her turn. It is that dairiness that this individual has when you go to get your hands on her. She's really open about that rib, really loose, pliable skin when you go to get your hands on her. And she's really tall and elevated in regards to the point of those withers. In regards to the mammary system, probably just a little bit more desirable in regards to that udder height, especially when viewed from the rear, a little bit tighter up into that escutcheon, stronger medial suspensory ligament, a little bit more balance between the halves. The young lady's doe standing here third today. Extremely dairy individual, just as they have the length or the depth of body to compare with those 2 does ahead of her today.
placings for Class 3. First place and champion was exhibited by Jordan LaFoon. Her trophy is sponsored by Wolf Waxing and Sugaring Specialist. Second place and reserve champion is exhibited by Peyton Sainer. His trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. Third place was exhibited by Bailey Sainer. Now entering the ring, Class 4, Nigerian Dwarf Doe.
So a single entry here in our Nigerian Dwarf yearling milking class, and a really elegant yearling at that. She's really stylish when viewed from the side, really long and extended through that head and neck. When you start talking about her mammary system, for a single freshening, she's a really capacious mammary system. Would just like to see a little bit more depth to that mammary system, but well deserving of blue ribbon today.
First place in Class 4 goes to Annalie Barton. Now entering the ring, Class 5, Nigerian Dwarf Doe, 2-year-old milker.
This is my class of 2-year-old Nigerian dwarfs, and for me, I'm going to go ahead and start with an individual that really excels the class in regards to general appearance. She's the longest in terms of her body. She's the deepest in regards to her barrel. When you start talking about that, start talking about body capacity, she's shown just a little bit more spring of rib than the doe standing directly behind her today. 2 over 3 then in her turn. It's a little bit closer placing, in my opinion. She's probably not the most dairy individual, but when you watch them, especially when on the move, she's the longest and most level across that top line, especially in the area of the rump for me today. The young lady's doe standing in third today, an extremely dairy individual, extremely open individual, just doesn't have that body capacity to compete with the 2 does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 5. First place, Ava Jones. Second place, Natalie Hurt. Third, Reese Fisher. Now entering the ring will be Class 7, Nigerian Dwarf Doe, 5 years and over.
So this is our age does for the Nigerian dwarf breed, and I'm going to start with an individual for me that really excels in regards to that mammary system. A really well-balanced mammary system when viewed from the rear in regards to evenness of the halves. A really strong medial suspensory ligament up into a high and tight rear udder attachment. She's also a really deep body, deep barreled individual in regards to that in regards to that body capacity section of our scorecard. And an extremely dairy individual, especially when you go to get your hands on her. She's also cleaner about that front end, a smoother blended neck into that shoulder, down into those withers in the young man's does that we see standing here in 2 today. Nothing to take away from the young man's doe standing here in 2. She's a really stylish individual when viewed from the side profile. And she's probably the most naturally level across that top line when on the move. But because of the lack of the minimal lactations in comparison to our doe that wins the class today, that's where those advantages truly lie for her today.
Placings for Class 7. First place, Sharon Schultz. Second, Mason Appleton. We are now showing Class 6, Nigerian Dwarf Doe.
of our class at 3 and under 5-year-olds, and I'm going to go ahead and start the class with a individual that's just extremely dairy individual, especially when you go to get your hands on her. She's probably, in regards to that mammary system, just wish I could see a little bit more capacity, a little bit more bloom in that mammary system to really see what that mammary system is. In regards to those attachments. But when you start talking about aspects of general appearance, she's really smoothly blended from that neck down into that shoulder, showing tremendous depth to that barrel, depth to that rear barrel, and keeping that width all the way throughout, being naturally more wider with width between the hocks, especially when on the move. 2/3, for me, this is a close placing in my mind. For me, though, I am going to go ahead and I would start with this tan and white doe here in 2 over the cream doe standing in 3. In regards to that general appearance, just a little bit longer, especially in regards to that rump structure, walking with a little bit more natural levelness across that top line. She's a really wide individual as well in regards to that chest floor, carrying that width all the way back between her hocks and wide from thorough to thorough. 3/4, then in her turn, this is a general appearance placing, especially in the area of that top line, more specifically in the area of that loin. Just a tremendous side profile. Just wish she had some lactations on her with that mammary system to be more competitive, especially with that doe standing in first today. 4/5, then in her turn, it is that mammary system placing. She's a really dairy individual with that mammary system. When you look at it, especially in view from the rear, really well balanced mammary system. Maybe just not the general appearance that we see with the does on either side of her today. The young man's black and white doe standing here second from the end. A really stylish individual. She's really smoothly blended from that neck into that shoulder, really wide through that chest floor, really naturally level across that top line when on the move. The young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line today, nothing to take away from that extremely dairy individual, just not as much excellence in regards to that area of general appearance to be more competitive today.
Placings for Class 6. First place, Blair Schultz. Second, Cameron Gwynn. Third, Kaylin Stein. Fourth, Reese Fisher. Fifth, Gabe Hurt. And sixth, Rory Fisher. Will now be shown for champion and reserve champion, Nigerian Dwarf Milker.
So this is my champion lineup for the Nigerian Dwarf Milking Show, and first place animals in their respective classes are closest to me. Second place individuals are along the rail, and for me, there's three individuals that are really close in terms of contention for champion Nigerian Dwarf. One maybe just does not excel in regards to that mammary system, probably not as capacious in that mammary system in regards to her contemporaries. When you start looking at the general appearance section of the scorecard, all three of these does are really, really good in regards to that general appearance. One's probably just a little bit more smoother blended in regards to that neck down into that shoulder, a little bit longer and leaner about that head and neck. In comparison to her contemporaries. When you start talking about body capacity, we have two individuals that are just really deep bodied, especially in regards to that rear rib and depth of barrel throughout. And then when we start talking about the dairy strength component, there's one doe in here that I feel that just really excels in regards to that dairy strength. She's really sharp about those withers, really open about her rib. And for me, in regards to those four areas of that scorecard, in regards to general appearance and mammary system being the two largest sections of the scorecard, there's one that I think that just does a much better job in earning points in those two respective categories. Our age doe is going to be our champion Nigerian dwarf today. So for reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer in between two does out here in between our yearling and our 3 and under 5-year-old. For me, it's kind of a toss in regards to the general appearance. They're both extremely level across those top lines. Probably one's just got a little bit stronger mammary system, a little bit stronger in regards to that medial suspensory ligament, a little bit stronger in regards to that rear udder attachment. I talked about it in regards to her respective class, maybe just not as capacious as she could be here this morning, but I still think she excels in other areas of the scorecard. Our 3 and under 5-year-old is going to be reserved today.
Your champion Nigerian Dwarf Milking Doe is exhibited by Sharon Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Red Dirt Excavation, LLC. Your reserve champion Nigerian Dwarf Milking Doe is exhibited by Blair Schultz, and her trophy is sponsored by Behavior Concepts, LLC. We'll now be showing Class 8 Nubian Doe 2-year-old milker.
So single entry here in our 2-year-old Nubian milking doe class, and a really long-bodied individual, really upstanding individual, especially at the point of those withers. She's really level across that top line, especially in the area of the loin when on the move. In regards to her mammary system, she has a really wide rear udder attachment, really nice and snug up into that escutcheon. Especially for a first freshener, she's got a capacious mammary system. We'd like just to see a little bit more depth of that mammary in relationship to her body size, but really deserving of a blue ribbon today.
First place in Class 8 was shown by Blair Schultz. We'll now be showing Class 9 Nubian Doe 3 years and under 5.
very interesting class in regards to our Nubians 3 and under 5-year-old class. Probably not the most capacious mammary system that we have on these does out here, but she's definitely the most stylish in regards to that general appearance. That's why she's winning the class today. She's a really outstanding individual when viewed from the side. She's extremely long-bodied, deep-chested, deep-barreled individual, just tremendous general appearance points here. Really like those Nubian characteristics in regards to her Roman nose, long pendulous ears, really long and lean about that neck. But like I was talking to the exhibitor, just wish she had just a little bit more capacity to that mammary system to really be competitive here today. But still enough, I think, in regards to that general appearance to excel the class with that little mammary system. 2 over 3 in her turn. This is a mammary system, placing a little bit more desirable in regards to that shape to that mammary system. Probably not the most capacious, but when you start looking at balance of halves, she's got a stronger medial, a little bit higher up into that escutcheon, a little bit more desirable teat size and shape in regards to the young man's doe standing here in 3. 3 over 4, this a little bit closer placing in my mind, but for me, this is going to be a general appearance placing. She's just extremely more level across that top line, especially in the area of the loin when on the move. A really long necked individual blending into a really good front end. And when you go to get your hands on her, just an extremely dairy individual. Would just like to clean up in regards to those balance of that mammary system. For the does to be more competitive ahead of her today. The young lady's tricolor doe here at the end, extremely elegant individual, especially in regards to that general appearance. Probably just not the balance as strong or as strong of a medial suspensory ligament today to be more competitive with those does ahead of her.
Placings for Class 9. First place, Parker Walters. Second, Cooper Walters. Third, Landon Gould. And fourth, Chloe Persiak. We're now showing Class 10 Nubian Doe.
This is our class of aged Nubian does, and for me, that's an individual that's really excels in regards to that mammary system. She's really balanced in regards to those halves of that mammary system, really strong medial suspensory ligament. When you start talking about general appearance, she's a really upstanding individual. Maybe like to make her a little bit more level in regards to the area of that loin when viewed from the side, especially when also on the move, but just a tremendous individual to start off this aged doe class. And nothing to take away from this young lady, 7-year-old here standing second to her today. Just probably not as capacious in that mammary system, balanced in that mammary system, but for being 7, would really like to commend her for a strong set of feet and legs and an extremely daring individual.
First place in Class 10 was exhibited by Kennedy Gould. Second, Chloe Persiak. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Nubian milker.
So this is my lineup for Champion Nubian, Senior Doe, and all three individuals closest to me are winners of their respective classes, with the does standing directly behind them second in those respective classes. And the three does standing in front of me, I think three really good quality does, especially in regards to their age. At the head of the line, we got a 2-year-old first freshman that's just got a really well-balanced mammary system held up high and tight up into that escutcheon, and a really daring individual, really long body. Probably just not as much depth to that barrel, depth to that rear barrel than what we're seeing on the two does standing behind her today. The young lady's doe standing here in the middle, 4-year-old, 2 freshenings, tremendously excellent individual in regards to that general appearance, but again, like we talked in that class, probably just not that mammary system to be extremely competitive today in regards to our champion. But I really like that long, smooth, blended neck into that shoulder. She's keeping that width all the way throughout from that chest floor in terms of out between her hocks when viewed from the rear. And the young lady's H-Doe standing here, the head of line, 5-year-old, 3 freshenings. Just a really upstanding individual, really dairy individual. Probably the most balanced mammary system that we have out here in regards to ideal in terms of size, shape of that mammary system, with a third behind the leg, a third hidden by the leg, and probably a little bit of a smoother blended forwarder as well. My H-Doe is going to be my champion today. And then for reserve, I think it does get a little bit closer in regards to general appearance in terms of our 2-year-old and then our 4-year-old. But again, in regards to that mammary system, a little bit more desirable shape to that mammary system, my 2-year-old is going to be reserved today.
Your champion Nubian milker was exhibited by Kennedy Gould. Her trophy is sponsored by Walters Seamless Gutters. Your reserve champion Nubian milker is shown by Blair Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Friends of 4-H. We are now showing Class 11 Oberhasli Doe 2-year-old milker.
So this is our 2-year-old Oberhasli milker. She's a first freshening 2-year-old and a really stylish individual, really long about that body, really smoothly blended in terms of that front end. In regards to that mammary system, a really well-balanced mammary system in terms of evenness of the halves. One thing I would like to change is probably just the teat size and shape and placement to that udder floor. Move them more centrally located to the udder floor rather on the outside of that udder, but a really good stylish individual start off our Oberhasli show today.
First place in Class 11 was exhibited by Jordan LaFoon. We will now be showing Class 12 Oberhasli Doe 3 years and under 5.
Another single entry here for the Oberhasli breed, a 3 and under 5-year-old. She's a first freshening 3-year-old as well, and a really dairy individual. When you go to get your hands on her, really open in terms of that rib, even as the spacing about that rib, loose, pliable skin. When you go to get your hands on her, walking around really strong set and feet and legs, walking a little bit more outside of her skeleton, and that I'd like to see in regards to her toes, which I could straighten up her that foreleg just a little bit, but a really dairy individual for this 3-year-old class.
First place in Class 12 is exhibited by Daisy Carey. We will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Oberhasli milker.
So this is my champion lineup for the Oberhasli breed. We have a 2-year-old first freshener and a 3-year-old first freshener from their respective classes. And for me, it's quite easy individual in regards to the one that surfaces for me today. She's just a little bit more deeper in that barrel. She's longer throughout that barrel. She's wider from thorough to thorough. More desirable globular shape to that mammary system. Like I talked in class, maybe not the most ideal teat placement, but my 2-year-old is going to be grand. My 3-year-old is going to be reserved today.
Your champion Oberhasli milker is shown by Jordan LaFoon. Her trophy is sponsored by Walter's Seamless Gutters. Your reserve champion Oberhasli milker is shown by Daisy Carey. And her trophy is sponsored by Windy Flats Farm. We'll now be showing Class 13 recorded grade milking yearling.
So this is the start of our recorded grade breed, and two individuals that are really similar in type in regards to those mammary systems, both really well balanced, really capacious mammary systems in regards to first fresheners. But for me, this is a general appearance, placing the young man's doe standing here at the head of the line, just a tremendously more level across that top line, especially in the area of the loin when on the move. When you go to get your hands on her, she's an extremely open and dairy individual as well. Would like to clean up that front end assembly just a little bit smoother, blended into that shoulder assembly. A young lady's doe standing here, and two, again, a really capacious mammary system. Just wish she wasn't as hunched up, as arched up into that loin to showcase her rump structure a little bit more better as well today to be competitive with the doe, but two really good quality does to start a recorded grade class.
Placing is in Class 13. First place, Cooper Walters. Second, Bailey Coleman. We're now showing Class 14 recorded grade 2-year-old milker.
really good class of recorded grades. We're starting with an individual that really excels the class in regards to that mammary system. Tremendous height to that rear udder, tremendous width to that rear udder when viewed from the rear. Just a really well-balanced doe, especially in regards to that general appearance. Extremely level across that top line and down into that rump, and probably the widest from throw to throw as we see on the doe standing behind her today. 2 over 3 then in her turn. This is a general appearance placing for me. She's just a little bit more naturally level, a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure being a little bit more level from hooks to pins and a little bit wider from throw to throw. She is going to lack some of that medial suspensory, that rear udder support than what the young ladies doe standing in 3 has for us today. Young ladies doe third standing over the young ladies doe fourth. This is a mammary system placing a little bit more desirable shape to that mammary system, much stronger in regards to that rear udder attachment and medial suspensory ligament. The young ladies doe standing here, the headline, really like the shape to that mammary system, just wish there's a little bit more udder support to keep it higher up into that escutcheon today to be more competitive in class.
Placings for Class 14. First place, Parker Walters. Second, Chloe Persiak. Third, Annalie Barton. Fourth, Daisy Carey. We're now showing Class 15 recorded grade doe, 3 years and under 5.
So this is our class of 3 and under 5-year-old recorded grades, and for me, I'm going to start with the Oberhasli type doe, starting here at the head of the line. For me, she just really excels the class in regards to that general appearance. She's really smoothly blended from that head and neck down in that shoulder assembly, really level across that top line, the most level in regards from chine into that loin. A little bit more desirable rump structure as well in regards to the doe standing behind her. In regards to mammary system, she's probably also the strongest in regards to that mammary system. In terms of balance, probably not the most desirable in regards to shape. Would like to see a little bit more globular in shape rather than elongated, but she's really smoothly blended into that fore udder. Also held high and tight up into that sketch with that rear udder attachment. 2 over 3 for me. This is a little bit closer placing. In my mind, there are some trade-offs amongst these two individuals, but the Saanen type doe here in the middle today for me just really excels in regards to that general appearance over the Tog type doe standing in 2. She's a really deep-bodied, long-bodied individual. That mammary system could definitely be a little bit more balanced in regards to the halves. Not quite as strong as the medial suspensory ligament as the young man's Tog type doe standing here at the end of the line. The Tog type doe standing here at the end, really commend her in regards to that mammary system, really wide in that rear udder. Just probably not as smooth as blended in that front end assembly, but an extremely dairy individual as well. A really good class of recorded grade does.
Placings for Class 15. First place, Emma Verhey. Second place, Keziah Dunham. Third, Austin Hensley. We're now showing Class 16 recorded grade doe, 5 years and over.
This is our H doe class for our recorded grades, and in the Saanen type doe standing here, the headline, just a tremendously dairy individual. She's really long-bodied, really long and level across that top line, especially in the area of that rump. She's really wide from thorough to thorough. When you look at that mammary system, just a tremendously capacious mammary system. Probably wish she had just a little bit more structure or support in regards to that rear udder attachment, but really well-balanced mammary system with smoothness of blending into that fore udder that blends into that rear barrel. The young man's Nubian type doe standing here second. Nothing to take away from her. She's in a really dairy individual, just not the capacity or the depth of body to compete with that Saanen type doe, the head of class today.
Placings for Class 16. First place, Jonathan Vaughn. Second, Cooper Walters. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion recorded grade milker.
This is my lineup for champion recorded grade. First place those in their respective classes, closest to me, second closest to the gate, and four really good quality individuals in regards to this first place line in contention for champion today. We have a really dairy yearling here at the head of our line, really well balanced mammary system in regards to first freshening yearling, a 2-year-old with two freshenings, really well balanced mammary system, really well supported mammary system in regards to that rudder attachment, really strong medial suspensory ligament, and really long body throughout, really level across that top line as well, especially when on the move. Young lady's type Doe, really strong individual. I really like her general appearance. She's really long necked, really smooth blended into that front end assembly, really well balanced throughout. And then the young man Saanen type Doe standing here at the end of the line, just an extremely powerful doe in regards to that width through that chest floor, width between the hocks, really probably the most level in regards to that top line, and really capacious, well balanced mammary system. For me, I think there's one that just really excels most of those aspects in that scorecard in regards to general appearance, mammary system, body capacity, and dairy strength. And for me, especially for her age, still walking around on a strong set of feet and legs and still being very capacious, the young man Saanen type Doe is going to be my champion recorded grade today. For reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer when I look at the second place individual that recorded grade class, and I look at the type Doe standing here in our 3 and under 5 and our Saanen Alpine-ish doe standing here in our 2-year-old class. I think those two does are probably the strongest contention for me in regards to reserve. Both does that are really similar in regards to their type and kind. When we start looking at just in terms of their breed characteristics, but with it being recorded grades, looking at that general appearance and mammary system, I think there's one that's just slightly better, especially in regards to that area, that mammary system, just a little bit wider in regards to that rear udder, a little bit smoother blended in regards to that forwarder. My 2-year-old is going to be reserved today.
Your champion recorded grade milker was shown by Jonathan Vaughn. His trophy is sponsored by Kim and Mike Pinto. Your reserve champion recorded grade milker is exhibited by Parker Walters, and her trophy is sponsored by Walters Seamless Gutters. Now entering the ring, Class 17, Saanen Doe, 2-year-old milker. Attention to goat exhibitors. Please milk out before group classes.
This is our 2-year-old Saanen Doe class, and for me, the doe standing here at the head of the line really excels the class in regards to that mammary system. Just a tremendously more balanced mammary system, smoother blended forudder into that barrel than what we're seeing on the doe standing directly behind her. When you go to get your hands on her, still an extremely dairy individual as well. Would like to make her just a little bit more level in regards to that loin and that rump structure, but she's a tremendously wide individual throughout, really deserving of blue ribbon here today in this class. 2 over 3 in her turn, probably not as probably doesn't excel the third place animal in regards to general appearance. I like this doe's general appearance standing here at the end of the line, but in regards to that mammary system and being freshened is where that advantage lies. Just again, with the doe standing here at 3 not freshening, this doe standing here second with that mammary system just a little bit more balance and a little bit more structure. The young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line, if she had a mammary system, I think it could be a little bit different story here today, but really excels in that general appearance, really long, deep-bodied individual. Good start to our Saanen show here today.
Placings in Class 17. First place, Jonathan Vaughn. Second, Henry Vaughn. Third place, Jonathan Vaughn. We're now showing Class 18, Saanen Doe, 3 years and under 5.
interesting class here in our 3 and under 5-year-old Saanen type does. For me, I'm going to start off the class with a doe that I think just is really more balanced in regards to that mammary system. A little bit more desirable shape and structure to that mammary system with teats more properly placed on the udder floor. When you start talking about general appearance, she's a tremendously long-bodied individual. Probably not the longest-bodied individual in class, but probably the smoothest blending individual from that neck down in that front end assembly and keeping that smoothness of blending throughout. The young ladies doe 2 over the young ladies doe standing here in 3. This is a mammary system placing for me a little bit smoother blended into that fore udder. Not as much rear udder structure as what we see on our doe standing in 3, but she's the longest bodied, most naturally level individual in regards to that rump structure today. 3 over 4 then in her turn. This is a general appearance placing. For me, she's a little bit taller. She's a little bit sharper in regards to those withers, a little bit more smooth blended into that front end assembly. Probably not the most widest individual in regards to body capacity or showcasing not as much depth of rib as what we're seeing in our doe standing in 4. 4 over 5, this is a mammary system placing a more capacious mammary system. Not as desirable in terms of that mammary structure that what we're seeing on our doe standing here at the end of the line. But for me, in regards to that general appearance, she's just a little bit more smoother blended in that front end. A young man's doe standing here in 2, probably the widest in regards to her rear udder today. Just not as capacious, not as extended in that fore udder to be more competitive with the does ahead today.
Placings for Class 18. First place, Jonathan Vaughn. Second, Keziah Dunham. Third, Haley Summerfield. Fourth, Keziah Dunham. And fifth, Caden Wolf. We're now showing Class 19, Saanen Doe, 5 years and over.
This is our age doe class for the Saanen breed, and a doe that I think really brings herself to the head of this line today in regards to that mammary system. She's the most capacious in that mammary, most desirable shape to that mammary system, and still a really strong mammary system in regards to that medial suspensory ligament, that rudder attachment. In regards to general appearance, when moving about the ring, she's the longest and most level about that top line. Wish I could clean up that front end assembly just a little bit, holding those elbows a little bit tighter to that body wall, especially when on the move and when viewed from the profile. 2/3 in her turn. This is a closer placing in my mind, but for me, I am going to go ahead and go with the mammary system placing here today. Just a little bit more desirable shape to that mammary system, more definitely more balance in that mammary system, and that teat size and shape in terms of that attachment to that udder floor for me here today. She's a really tall individual as well in regards to that front end. For me, she's also walking on a stronger set in feet and legs, but granted, with a 7-year-old, I just wish that mammary system was a little bit more balanced, a little bit more desirable in terms of that shape, but extremely dairy individual on her. Just wish, again, that she had a little bit more body capacity and more stronger mammary to be more competitive with the does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 19. First place, Henry Vaughn. Second place, Henry Vaughn. Third, Keziah Dunham. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Saanen Milker.
this is my lineup for champion Saanens, and the three does standing closest to me are first place in their respective classes. The does closest to the rail are second in their respective classes. And again, I think three really good quality does here in respect of their age divisions, and three very distinct does in regards to styles and balances in their own right. For me, when we started comparing aspects of that scorecard in regards to general appearance and mammary systems being the two largest components, I think all these does in respective to each other have some balance, have some look and style, especially in regards to that general appearance. There's one doe that's just really more level across that top line, especially in the area of the rump. In regards to mammary system, I think there's one that's just a little bit more desirable in regards to that udder shape, in regards to balance of that mammary, evenness of mammary when viewed from the rear. A little bit stronger medial suspensory ligament, a little bit smoother blended in that forudder. So there are some trade-offs amongst the three does standing closest to me. But for me today, I think I am going to go ahead and go with the one that's just a little bit more dairy individual when you go to get your hands on her, and a little bit more balance in regards to that mammary system, especially in regards to that rudder attachment. My 2-year-old is going to be my champion today. And we pull up in second place in that class. Probably not the, in regards to the dose behind her, probably not the most capacious in regards to that mammary system, but really similar in regards to style of our class winner. So for me, when we start looking at these two older does standing behind them, I think there's one that's just showcasing just a little bit more balance and symmetry to that mammary system, a little bit more desirable shape to that mammary system, a little bit cleaner in regards to that rudder attachment, and when viewed from the rear, a lot more balance in regards to that mammary system. My age doe is going to be reserve.
Your champion Saanen Milker is exhibited by Jonathan Vaughn. His trophy is sponsored by GJ Gardner Homes. Your reserve champion Saanen Milker was shown by Henry Vaughn, and his trophy is sponsored by Kim and Mike Pinto. Now entering the ring, Class 20, Sable Doe, 2-year-old milker.
these are our 2-year-old Sables, and for me, this is going to be a general appearance placing here for first over second. For me, she's just a lot longer in regards to that top line. She's a little bit more naturally level across that top line when on the move. When viewed from the rear, she's also wider from throw to throw, the more desirable rump structure as well, and a little bit longer from hooks to pins than the doe standing in two. In regards to mammary system, she is going to grant some of that mammary system, that capacity to her today. The young lady's doe standing here in two today, really well balanced mammary system. Again, just wish she's a little bit cleaner in regards to that front and a little bit more balanced across that top line to be more competitive with that black and white Sable here today.
Placings for Class 20. Your first place and champion Sable Milker was Kennedy Gould. Her trophy is sponsored by Johnson Brothers Livestock. Second place and reserve champion was shown by Haley Summerfield, and her trophy is sponsored by the Montgomerys. We're now showing Class 21 Toggenburg Doe 2-year-old Milker.
So single entry here in our 2-year-olds Toggenburg class, and a really nice tog. Just wish she's a little bit more deeper in regards to that mammary system, showing depth to rear udder. But when you go to get your hands on a really dairy, stylish individual with well-deserving of a blue ribbon here today.
First place in Class 21 is shown by Austin Hensley. We're now showing Class 22 Toggenburg Doe 3 years and under 5.
So another single entry here in the Toggenburg breed, a 3 and under 5-year-old, so a 3-year-old second freshening doe. A really stylish individual, really like that mammary system in regards to that balance and symmetry when viewed from the rear. She's a really long body individual too, showing depth through that chest floor, the width between the hocks when on the move, well deserving a blue ribbon here again today.
First place in Class 22 is shown by Nicole Hensley. We're now showing Class 23 Toggenburg Doe 5 years and over.
This is our aged Toggenburg class with a 5-year-old with 3 freshenings and a really deep-bodied, big-barreled individual. Really desirable in regards to that mammary system, really smoothly blended in regards to that forwarder. Walking on a straight set of front legs. Would like to clean her up a little bit in regards to that rear pastern, but overall for aged doe, well-deserving of blue ribbon as well. Excited to compare her to our 2 younger does for champion.
Your Class 23 winner is shown by Austin Hensley. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Toggenburg Milker.
So this is our lineup for champion Toggenburgs, and the 3 does here are really good representatives of the breed. For me, I think there's one that really surfaces to the top in regards for breed champion. She's the tallest at the point of shoulders. She's a little bit smoother blended from the head and neck down in that front end assembly. And when you start talking about the mammary system, she's a little bit more desirable in that mammary system. Smoother blended forudder into a nice deep barrel. Our aged doe is going to be our champion tog today. Then for reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer between the remaining 2 does. But for me, I think there's one that's just a little bit more dairy individual, a little bit more desirable to that mammary system. Probably not as much arch to that rear udder as what we're seeing on the other doe, but our 2-year-old is going to be reserve.
Your champion Toggenburg Milker, shown by Austin Hensley. His trophy is sponsored by Hillside Dairy, Vaughn family. Your reserve champion Toggenburg Milker was also exhibited by Austin Hensley. His trophy is sponsored by Vaughn's Lawn Care. We're now showing Class 24 Mini Nubian Doe.
This is our first class of Mini Nubians, and for me, the young man's dose here to the headline really excels in regards to that dairy strength. Just tremendously open individual. She's really sharp at the point of her withers. She's really open about that rib. In regards to that mammary system, a little bit more desirable mammary system in regards to capacity. Probably not as much rudder attachment as what we see on the young lady's doe standing in 2. Young lady's doe standing in 2, really like that general appearance aspect from her, but in regards to that mammary system, having an extra freshening over the young man's doe, just not as capacious and balanced today to be more competitive.
Placings for Class 24. First place, Jude Carmichael. Second place, Brooklyn Carmichael. Now in the ring, Class 25 Alpine Senior Yearling.
So a single entry here in our to start our junior show, and we have a dry yearling here in the Alpine breed. A really stylish individual. She's really long and level across that top line, really level in regards to that rump. She's wide from throw to throw, keeping that width to the ground. Really deserving a blue ribbon here today.
First place in Class 25 and also your champion Alpine Junior Doe is exhibited by Jordan Skinner. Her trophy is sponsored by Baseline Camp Country Real Estate. Now in the ring, Class 26 LaMancha Junior Kids.
So a single entry here in our LaMancha Junior Kids, and again, another really stylish individual here. She's really long about that barrel. She's really deep about that barrel. Would like to widen her up a little bit, especially in between the hocks when on the move. Walking away, she's really wide through that chest floor, but she narrows up her hocks just a little bit, but well deserving of blue ribbon here today.
First place from Class 26, Peyton Sainer. Now entering the ring, Class 27, LaMancha Intermediate Kids.
This is our intermediate class of LaMancha kids, and I'm going to start with individual to me that's just a tremendously larger individual. She's walking on a larger and longer bone pattern than what we're seeing on the doe standing here in two. It's showing tremendous arch into that escutcheon in regards to looking in terms of that mammary development. When you get your hands on her, also an extremely dairy individual, just really long and level across that top line as well in regards to general appearance. The young lady's doe standing here in two, nothing to take away from her, just not as smoothly blended in that front end as we've seen in our class winner, and not the growth and maturity as we're seeing in her today to be a little bit more competitive.
Class 27, first place Jordan LaFoon, second place Emily Stout. Now entering the ring, class 28 LaMancha Senior Yearlings.
This is our class of yearling LaMancha does, and I'm going to start off with a doe to me that's just really, really strong in regards to that general appearance. She's really level across that top line when on the move. She's really wide from thorough to thorough. She's longer from hooks to pins than the doe standing behind her today. When you study them, especially in regards to their feet and legs, she's walking on a little bit stronger set feet and legs, showing just a little bit more natural width between the hocks when on the move and width through that chest floor today. 2/3 in her turn. To me, that's a little bit closer placing, but it is that front end assembly that I really like on this tan color doe standing here in the middle today. She's really smoothly blended from that neck down into that shoulder assembly and keeping that smoothness of blending clear throughout. The young man's chocolate doe standing here at the end of the line. Just wish I could clean up that front end assembly, make it a little bit wider, especially in the area the width between the hocks. Went on the move today to be competitive with the two does ahead of her.
Placings for Class 28. First place, Emily Stout. Second, Peyton Sainer. Third, Jay Sainer. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion LaMancha Junior Doe.
So this is our champion lineup for the LaMancha Junior Show, and we have 3 does in their respective age divisions that are really stylish and really elegant at that. All 3 extremely dairy individuals. In regards to general appearance, I think there's one that just really fits the bill a little bit better for me in regards to that front end assembly and that smoothness of blending from that head and neck down into that front end, a little bit longer, a little bit leaner about that head and neck as well. Also, I had the 2 individuals here, our yearling and our intermediate kid, walk to me and walk away from me just that way I can look at width through that chest floor and width out through the hocks. And there's one I think that's just a little bit naturally wider in regards to that chest floor. And a little bit walks a little bit straighter in regards to that foreleg. Our yearling is going to be our champion today. And then when we look at second place in that yearling class, I don't think she has quite the advantage that our champion has today in regards to that level across that top line or that openness of rib. I am going to go down to my intermediate for reserve.
Your champion LaMancha Doe is exhibited by Emily Stout. Her trophy is sponsored by the Wolf Waxing and Sugaring Specialist. Your reserve champion LaMancha Junior Doe is shown by Jordan LaFoon, and her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. Now entering the ring, Class 29, Nigerian Dwarf, Junior Kids.
So we have a single entry here in our first Nigerian Dwarf class, and again, another really stylish individual. Just wish I could make it just a little bit wider in regards to his width between the hocks when on the move and walking on a little bit straighter set of forelegs today. But when you go to get your hands on her, just a really dairy individual, not as open in regards to that rib, but she's still got that loose, pliable skin, well deserving of a blue ribbon.
First place in Class 29 is shown by Annalie Barton. We're now showing Class 30, Nigerian Dwarf, Intermediate Kids.
right, so this is our class of intermediate Nigerian dwarfs, and the cream colored doe here, the head of the line for me. Unfortunately, young man's doe standing second doesn't want to walk for him today. But the young man's cream colored doe here, the head of the line, just a really dairy individual when you go to get your hands on her. She's also a little bit longer in terms of that length of body, depth of barrel than what the young man's doe standing in two. The young man's doe standing in two, nothing to take away from her. Again, she's just not wanting to walk for us today, but she's still an extremely dairy individual. Just needs a little bit more growth and maturity to excel over the young man's cream doe today.
Placings for Class 30. First place, Shiloh Martin. Second, Fletcher Myers. Now entering the ring, Class 31, Nigerian Dwarf Senior Kids.
This is our senior kid class of the Nigerian Dwarf breed. I'm going to start with one I think that just really excels in regards to that general appearance. She's really long and level across that top line, and more level in the doe standing behind her, especially in the area of the loin. When you go to get your hands on her, just an extremely dairy individual, nice sharp angulation in that rib. When viewed from the side, too, she's got really nice sharp angulation in that rear leg and thigh than what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her today. 2 over 3 then in her turn. This is a general appearance, placing just a deeper bodied, longer barreled individual than what we're seeing on the 2 does behind them. 2 over 3 then in her turn. This is a body capacity. Again, very similar in regards to the doe standing second, just a little bit deeper, a little bit longer about that barrel, a little bit more spring of rib than what we're seeing on the young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line. Nothing to take away from this doe standing here at the end of the line. She's just not as big, not as growthy, not as in regards to level across that top line and general appearance to be more competitive with the does ahead of her today.
Your placings for Class 31. First place, Blair Schultz. Second, Rory Fisher. Third, Phoebe Gilbert. And fourth, Stella Fox. We're now showing Class 32 Nigerian Dwarf Junior Yearling.
This is our class of junior yearling Nigerian dwarfs, and one that's really stylish in regards to that front end assembly. Really smooth, bluntly smooth from that head and neck down in that front end assembly. Really level across that top line, especially in the area of the loin. Probably not as level in the area of the rump in regards to our second place individual, but just a larger substance of bone, walking on a much better set of feet and legs than what the doe standing in 2. The doe standing 2 is a really dairy individual, just what she's a little bit bigger in terms of her size and scale, a little bit deeper in regards to her barrel to be a little bit more competitive with the black doe ahead of her today.
First place in Class 32, shown by Madeline Myers. Second was also Madeline Myers. We'll now be showing Class 33 Nigerian Dwarf Senior Yearling.
So we're starting off this senior yearling class with two does. I think that really surface themselves to the top of this class, and they have some trade-offs amongst the two. For me, this tricolor doe here at the head of the line, just a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end. Smooths a little bit blender, holds that shoulder assembly a little bit tighter to that body wall when on the move. When walking on, also a little straighter set of toes than what we're seeing on the doe standing in two. The doe standing in two is extremely dairy individual. When you go get your hands on her, she's really open about that rib, showcasing a lot of spring of rib. Probably just not as desirable in regards to that front end as we see in our class winner today. 2/3, it is that advantage in that dairy strength component that she places over the young lady's tricolor doe standing in three. Just again, like I talked about, really open about that rib, not carrying as much excess flushing as the young lady's doe standing in three. 3/4, then in her turn, this is a general appearance. I like that smoothness of blending from that head and neck down into that shoulder, carrying just a little bit more width through that chest floor, width throughout the hocks, especially when on the move. When you view them from the rear, she's showcasing just a little bit higher arch to that escutcheon the young lady's black and white doe standing here in 4. 4/5 in her turn is a general appearance. She's just a little bit cleaner, a little bit longer, a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure. She's longer from hooks to pins and wider from thorough to thorough than what we're seeing on the young lady's tan and white doe standing here at the end of the line. Young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line, really dairy individual, just not the substance of bone or width throughout to be more competitive with the does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 33, first place, Sharon Schultz. Second, Sharon Schultz. Third, Marianne Barker. Fourth, Rory Fisher. And fifth, Reese Fisher. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Nigerian Dwarf, Junior Doe.
So this is our lineup for champion Nigerian Junior Doe, and nothing to take away from the two younger does standing here at the head of the line. I think the closest competition lies between our three older does in regards to our senior kid, our junior yearling, and our senior yearling. And for me, when you start evaluating these three and comparing aspects of the scorecard in regards to general appearance, body capacity, and dairy strength, they're all unique individuals in their own right. For me, when you go to get your hands on them, I think is where the true difference lies. Just that loose, pliable skin, that openness of ribbing, and showcasing a little bit more spring of rib. She may not look like it right now, but in regards to her class, she's a really elevated individual, really smoothly blended from the head and neck. Our senior kid is going to be our champion today. And then so when you look at that second place senior kid, not quite the dairiness or angulation to that rear leg set than what we saw on our champion. So then for reserve, I think it's a much closer placing. There's trade-offs amongst the two of them, but for me, I think there's one that's just a little bit more naturally level across that top line. Probably not the deepest in regards to her barrel, but she's a tremendously longer-bodied individual, a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure. Our junior yearling is going to be reserve.
Your champion Nigerian Dwarf Junior Doe is exhibited by Blair Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Walter's Seamless Gutters. Your reserve champion Nigerian Dwarf Junior Doe is shown by Madeline Myers, and her trophy is sponsored by Behavior Concepts LLC. Now entering the ring, Class 34 Nubian Junior Kids.
This is our first class of Nubian junior kids, and really really nice place to start in regards to this junior kid division. For me, a doe that just really surfaces quite easily in regards to that general appearance. She's just extremely uphill, upstanding individual. She's tall at the point of her shoulder. She carries that height all the way throughout. She's really level across that top line. A more desirable rump structure as well. She's the longest from hooks to pins, and the widest from throw to throw. When you go to get your hands on her, probably the most dairy, the most open individual in class as well. A really good place to start. 2 over 3 in her turn. For me, she's just a little bit more dairy when you go to get your hands on her. Probably not as much substance, not as much length of barrel as what we're seeing in our class winner, but definitely longer than our third place individual. 3 over 4, that's a little bit closer placing, but for me, it's a little bit more desirable in regards to that general appearance in terms of that front end assembly when viewed on the move. She's just a little bit cleaner from that head and neck down into that shoulder. Probably not as wide throughout as our kids staying here last. The kids staying here at the end of the line, just not as much substance of bone, not as much maturity as the doe standing ahead of her to be more competitive today.
Placings for Class 34. First place, Kennedy Gould. Second, Reagan Carmichael. Third, Cooper Walters. Fourth, Reagan Carmichael. Now entering the ring, Class 35, Nubian Intermediate Kids.
A single entry here in our intermediate Nubian class, and a really good one at that. She's a really long-bodied individual, really showcasing a lot of spring of rib today. She's wide through that chest floor, showing some width between the hocks. Well deserving of blue ribbon. Could have withstood some good competition in class today.
First place in Class 35 is shown by Blair Schultz. We're now showing Class 36, Nubian Senior Kids.
This is our class of senior Nubian kids, and for me, I'm going to start with one that's just a little bit more stylish in regards to that general appearance. Probably not as the most level individual in regards to that top line when moving around the ring, but when viewed from the side profile, just showing great angulation in that rear leg. Those hocks are more perpendicular to the ground than what we're seeing on the doe standing in too. And when you start viewing them from the rear, you just got a tremendous arch to that escutcheon, showcasing for where that mammary system is going to be placed over our doe standing in two. Our doe standing in two probably showcase just a little bit more spring of rib than what we're seeing on our class winner today. Walking on a little bit wider through that chest floor, but not as clean in regards to that general appearance, but tremendously more level individual, especially in the area of that loin and that rump than what our class winner is today. Two really good does in our senior kit class.
Placings for Class 36. First place, Parker Walters. Second, Chloe Persiak. We're now showing Class 37, Nubian Senior Yearling.
This is our class of Nubian yearlings, and starting off the class with definitely not the largest outlined individual, but for me, she's the most structurally correct in regards to those feet and legs. She's a little bit wider through that chest floor, width in that chest floor all the way out through her hocks, and keeping that width to the ground. When viewed from the rear, she's got a more desirable arch to that escutcheon than the young man's doe standing in two. Young man's doe standing in two is definitely a larger outline, larger frame, just not showing us the depth of body, the depth of barrel than what we're seeing on our class winner here today. 2 over 3 in her turn. This is a general appearance placing, just an extremely level individual. She's more desirable in regards to that width of rump. She's wider from thorough to thorough. Again, she's going to grant some width in between the hocks on the move when we start looking at this cream doe standing here in two, or standing here at the end of the line. The cream colored doe standing here at the end of the line, no offense to her, just doesn't have the substance of bone, the width throughout, or the dairiness to be more competitive with the does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 37. First place, Bailey Coleman. Second, Landon Gould. Third, Bailey Coleman. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Nubian Junior Doe.
This is our lineup for champion Nubian Junior Doe, and the does closest to me are first place in their respective classes. The does furthest away are second in their respective classes. And looking at these four does closest to me, I think three of the four are really similar in regards to type and kind, in regards to their frame, in regards to their general appearance. But there are two that I think, especially when viewed on the move, I think really separate themselves to the top in regards for champion and reserve champion of breed here today. So when you start comparing the two individuals, there's one that just I think that's just a little bit deeper and about her rib, a little bit longer in regards to her barrel. When viewed from the rear, she's walking just a little bit more width between the hocks, a little bit higher arch to that escutcheon. And then also when you start looking at breed characteristics in regards to that head shape, the Roman nose, and the long pendulous ears, I think she also has those advantages. She may not be the oldest one out here, but for me, I think she's the most correct. Our junior kid is going to be our champion today. And then when we look at second place in that class, just not as comparative in regards to the style and balance of our champion today. And so for reserve, I think, again, like I said, I think when on the move is where they really separating themselves a little bit more desirable in regards to that top line, especially in the area that chine, and walking on a little bit stronger set in feet and legs for me. And also just a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end assembly. Our single entry and our intermediate kid class is going to be reserve.
Your champion Nubian Junior Doe was shown by Kennedy Gould. Her trophy is sponsored by Red Dirt Excavation LLC. Your reserve champion Nubian Junior Doe is exhibited by Blair Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. We are now showing Class 38 Oberhasli Senior Yearling.
So we have a single entry here in our Oberhasli breed with a senior yearling and a really stylish yearling. I love how level she is across that top line. She blends really smooth from that head and neck down in that shoulder, carrying tremendous width through that chest floor and the width between the hocks. And then when viewed from the rear, just a high arching escutcheon. Really could have withstood some competition today in the Oberhasli breed, but really good representative for your champion of breed today.
First place in Class 38 and also your champion Oberhasli Junior Doe is exhibited by Jordan LaFoon. Her trophy is sponsored by Walters Seamless Gutters. We are now showing Class 39 recorded grade junior kids.
This is our first class of recorded grade junior kids, and for me, I'm going to start with one that's just a little bit more elegant in regards to style and balance. She's a lot cleaner in regards to that top line, especially in the area of the loin, and a little bit more desirable rup structure from thorough to thorough and hooks to pins and what we're seeing on the doe standing in too. She's also showcasing just a little bit more width throughout, a little bit higher arching in that escutcheon. Love the daringness of this animal standing in second. Just wish she's a little bit more nationally level across that top line to be more competitive with our doe in first today.
Placings for Class 39. First place, Kennedy Gould. Second, Emma Verhey. We're now showing Class 40 recorded grade intermediate kids.
So in this class of recorded grades, I'm going to go ahead and start with this Nubian type doe here at the head of the line. For me, she's just she really excels the class in regards to general appearance. She's really long and level across that top line. She's a little bit stronger in regards to the area of that chine than what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her. She is going to grant some dairiness. She's showing just a little bit of extra fleshing over those ribs and stuff of the doe standing behind her. But in regards to just style and balance, she's a really good place to start for me today. 2 over 3 in her turn. This is a little bit closer placing in my opinion, but I really like the upstandingness of this doe standing here in 2. She's really tall at the point of those withers, a more desirable slope back into that rump, and that rump structure from hooks to pins is ideal in regards to, in my opinion today. She's also a little bit wider from thorough to thorough than what we're seeing on the young lady's doe standing in 3. 3 over 4 in her turn. It is that depth of body, that depth of barrel, what we're seeing on her today. Just a little bit more dairiness as well when you go to get your hands in terms of openness of ribbing and that excess fleshing, that loose pliable skin. 4 over 5 in her turn. This is a little bit closer placing too in my mind, but for me, she's just a little bit wider through that chest floor, keeping that a little bit more natural width between the hocks when on the move. Young lady's LaMancha type doe over the young man's Toggenburg type doe here at the end of the line. Just a little bit longer, a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure today. Young man's doe staying here at the end of the line, extremely dairy individual, but just like to make her just a little bit longer, a little bit wider throughout to be more competitive today.
Placings for Class 40. First place, Kennedy Gould. Second, Harley Summerfield. Third, Haley Summerfield. Fourth, Bodie Martin. Fifth, Chloe Pierciak. And sixth, Austin Hensley. We're now showing Class 41 recorded grade senior kids. At this time, we would like to introduce to you our Queen Court. Your third runner-up is Grace Klinkhammer. Your second runner-up is Caroline Jarbo. Your first runner-up in Miss Congeniality is Brenna Snowert. And your Miss Tippecanoe County is Kylie Cox.
In this class of senior kids, for me, I'm going to go ahead and start with one that's just a little bit more open about that rib. She's a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end assembly. She blends a little bit smoother from that head and neck down into that shoulder than what we're seeing on our doe standing into. She's probably not the most growthy, largest outlined individual, but for me, when you start looking at that depth of body, that depth of rear rib, she really excels our doe standing into. 2 over 3 in her turn. This is a general appearance placing. For me, she's just a little bit sharper about that head and neck. She's a little bit cleaner in regards to those withers. And then when you start looking at that top line, she's a little stronger in regards to in the area of the loin than the young man's doe standing here at 2. Extremely dairy individual on this doe standing here at the end of the line. Just a little bit walking around a little bit frailer foot and bone today to be more competitive with the doe standing ahead of him today.
Placings for Class 41. First place, Tessa Pruitt. Second place, Tessa Pruitt. Third place, Christopher Myers. We're now showing Class 42 recorded grade senior yearling.
So this is our class of yearling recorded grades, and for me, I'm going to start with one. She's probably not the largest outline individual in the class, but for me, she's the most structurally correct. When you watch them walk around the ring, she's probably the widest through that chest floor, keeping that natural width through the hocks when on the move. And then when you can look at them from the side profile in terms of general appearance, she's the most elevated at the point of her withers, carrying a more desirable slope back into that rump. And she's also the longest, more desirable slope to that rump from hooks to pins, and wider from thorough to thorough than what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her today. 2 over 3 in her turn is a little bit closer placing for me, but I'm going to go ahead and go with the general appearance placing. I like the front end assembly of this Nubian type doe standing here in second. Probably not the strongest top line individual than what we're seeing in the doe standing directly behind her, but for me, when you start looking at it from a side profile, is really showcasing that angulation, that rear leg set, and then that width throughout than what we're seeing with our class winner. 3 over 4, this is a little bit closer placing, but for me, this is a little bit more dairy individual. She's a little bit more open about her rib. She's showcasing a little bit more springer rib for me today and deeper about that barrel. 4 over 5 in her turn. Again, just another dairy individual, really elevating the point of her withers. The young lady's tog type doe standing here at the end of the line. Nothing to take away from her. Big outline, large framed individual, really level across that top line. But for me today as a yearling, she's carrying just a little bit of excess fleshing and not as dairy as the individuals ahead of her to be competitive today.
Placings for Class 42. First place, Nicole Hensley. Second, Eli Cox. Third, Jay Sainer. Fourth, Bailey Sainer. And fifth, Jordan Skinner. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, recorded grade, Junior Doe.
This is my lineup for champion junior recorded grade. First place animals closest to me. Second, directly behind them in their respective classes. And for me, when we look at these does out here, I think there's a set of them that just really separate themselves in regards to general appearance. They're both extremely level across those top lines. Probably the 2 most level individuals in regards from that chine into that loin area. And then also a little bit more desirable rump structures as well in terms of length from hooks to pins and width from thorough to thorough. I talked about it in their respective classes as well in regards to describing the individuals. There's one out here that's probably carrying a little bit of excess fleshing today and probably not the strongest in regards to her rear pasterns, but when we look at them and compare the animals around her, I think she still is the best in regards to that general appearance. She is going to give up some points in regards to those feet and legs. With that being said, my intermediate is going to be my champion today. And then with that, when we look at that second place individual and we compare her to our champion and the does around her, I think she complements our champion really well. She's one of the most level individuals. She's the most upstanding individual in this lineup. And like I talked about her in class, if she just had a little bit more substance of bone, I think she would have been a little bit more competitive with our champion. With that being said, I'm staying in that class, and she's going to be my reserve as well.
Your champion, recorded grade junior doe, is exhibited by Kennedy Gould. Her trophy is sponsored by Kim and Mike Pinto. Your reserve champion, recorded grade junior doe, was shown by Harley Summerfield, and her trophy is sponsored by Walters Seamless Gutters. Now entering the ring, Class 43 Saanen Junior Kids.
This is our first class of Saanen Junior Does, and for me, I'm going to start with one that's just walking around the ring with a little bit more substance of bone. She's showing us a longer bone pattern as well, a little bit more width throughout. She's a little bit wider through that chest floor, showcasing a little bit more width between the hocks when on the move. She's also demonstrating a much larger barrel today, showcasing a lot more spring of rib, depth of rear barrel than what we're seeing on the doe standing in two. The doe standing in two, just an extremely dairy individual, just needs a little bit more time to be able to put a little bit more cover on that skeleton. She's a really, like I said, a really dairy individual, just needs a little bit more substance to be competitive with the doe ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 43, first place, Haley Summerfield. Second, Henry Vaughn. We're now showing Class 44, Saanen Intermediate Kids.
A single entry here in our intermediate Saanen class, and a really dairy individual. Just wish she was walking around the ring with a little bit more width between the hocks, within that chest floor when on the move. Could have withstood some competition today because she's a tremendously deep individual, well deserving of a blue ribbon today.
First place in Class 44 is shown by Jonathan Vaughn. We're now showing Class 45 Saanen Junior Yearlings.
A single entry here in our junior yearling Saanen class. And again, another upstanding individual when on the move. She's really tall at the point of her withers, staying really nice and level across that top line. Just wish she was carrying a little bit more width in between the hocks when on the move for me today. She's an extremely wide individual from throw to throw. Just doesn't keep that width to the ground today, but well deserving of a blue ribbon.
First place in Class 45 is shown by Henry Vaughn. We're now showing Class 46 Saanen Senior Yearlings.
Another upstanding individual here, but again, another single entry in the Saanen breed. She's really tall. She's really clean up front in regards to that front end assembly. Blends real smooth from that head and neck down into that shoulder. Would like to fix that rump structure just a little bit. Not as much slope from hooks to pins is what we're seeing on her today. She's another wide individual from throw to throw, just not showcasing that width all the way to the ground today, but well deserving of a blue ribbon. Excited to compare her with the rest of the Saanens for champion.
Your Class 46 winner is exhibited by Harley Summerfield. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Saanen Junior Doe.
This is our champion lineup for the Saanen breed, the 4 does closest to me, our first place in their respective classes. For me today, there's one that just really fits the bill in regards to general appearance. She's the longest, she's the most level in regards to her top line, especially in the area of the loin when on the move today. She's also a little bit more deeper in regards to that barrel, showcasing a lot more spring and rib for us. But for me, I think the clear advantage lies with hers in terms of that front end assembly. She's really clean about that front end, keeping that assembly closer to the body wall. My senior yearling is going to be champion today. For reserve, I think it's where it gets a little bit closer. There's 2 does that I think that complement each other really well. They're really similar in regards to their body type, in regards to their front end assembly, in regards to their hip and rump structure. But for me, I'm going to go with the one that's just a little bit wider through that chest floor, showcase just a little bit more spring of rib today and width between the hocks, and probably a little bit stronger on those rear pasterns. My doe here in the middle is going to be reserve.
Your champion Saanen Junior Doe is exhibited by Harley Summerfield. Her trophy is sponsored by GJ Gardner Homes. Your reserve champion Saanen Junior Doe is shown by Jonathan Vaughn, and his trophy is sponsored by Kim and Mike Pinto. Now entering the ring, Class 46, Sable Junior Kids. Starting on the meat goat side, now entering the ring, Class 74, lightweight Boer Goat Weathers.
So single entry here in our junior kid class, and the exhibitor and I were talking. Just a really stylish individual, just not quite the growth, but and maturity we like to see. But she is born at the end of May, so she still is an extremely dairy individual, upstanding at the point of her withers. Could have withstood some good competition this junior kid class, well deserving of blue ribbon.
First place in Class 46 is shown by Kennedy Gould. Now entering the ring, Class 47, Sable Intermediate Kids.
Another single entry here in our Sable Intermediate Kid class, and a really, again, another stylish individual. Would like to clean her up a little bit in regards to that front end assembly. Her shoulders a little pushed forward in regards to her body wall, extending past her brisket. But when you look at the rest of her, she's showcasing a lot of depth of barrel, showcasing a lot of spring rib today, well deserving of blue ribbon in this class.
Great way to start our goat show off here this morning, and really excited to get into them. Start with a really, really good pair on top. There's the Weather that we choose to land on. He's just the most muscular goat that we have out here. He's the roundest in his forerib and his body shape. You get up on top of him, he's the big topped one that's the freshest to his loin. He's not perfect in his skeleton at the ground in terms of the way his feet and legs are assembled. Would certainly deem him acceptable and use him to win here. Young lady in the red, go ahead and land on to be second. highly presented type of a goat, big-footed, stout at the ground. He has an advantage in terms of mobility right at the ground compared to our class winner. You get right up on top of him, though. He's the flatter in his forerib. He's not as stout in his upper pin bone. He's flatter through his lower leg, but a really nice, high-quality one. The one that comes in third, I like him in terms of his performance and added growth in this particular class. That's a big-bodied one that's long-spined. Appreciate those things about him. Compared to his two contemporaries right ahead of him, he's not as stout at the ground. He's not as muscular down his top. You need to just stouten him up and broaden him up to move him up any higher. Young lady that comes next brings us one that's got a good look. I like his muscle shape from the side. A goat, though, that just needs more time, needs more feed to be more competitive within. Young man that rounds out the class did an outstanding job. That's a good, high-quality goat. Super functional, super sound at the ground. Just needs more muscle, needs more feed to move up any higher. Give them kiddos a big round of applause as we start the day.
A single entry here in our Sable yearling class, and a really dairy individual that she's really upstanding in regards to that top line, nice easy slope from withers all the way down to her hip. We'd like to level out that hip structure just a little bit from hooks to pins, but carrying tremendous width throughout today. Well deserving a blue ribbon, excited to compare to contemporaries for champion today.
Placings for Class 74 on your meat goat side. First place, Kerrigan Kitchell. Second, Kerrigan Kitchell. Third, Mackenzie Oswald. Fourth, Briella Rainey. And fifth, Robert Reilly. Now entering the ring, Class 75 lightweight Boer Goat wethers. Entering the ring on your dairy side will be for champion and reserve champion Sable Junior Doe.
This is my lineup for champion Sable Junior Doe, and the three does out here in our lineup today. Really exemplary in regards to the Sable breed. We've got a junior kid that's really stylish, really dairy, just not a whole lot of growth and substance, being born at the end of May. The young man's doe standing here in the middle, really stylish, really smoothly blended individual. Like I said in class, just a little push forward in her shoulder that set up past her brisket when evaluating her on the move today. And then young lady down here at the end of the line, just a really elegant, really nice silhouette when viewed from the profile, showing that angulation, that rear leg, showing tremendous width throughout. With that being said, my yearling is going to be champion. My intermediate is going to be reserve.
Your champion Sable Junior Doe is exhibited by Haley Summerfield. Her trophy is sponsored by Johnson Brother Livestock. Your reserve champion Sable Junior Doe is shown by Wade Sipple. His trophy is sponsored by Roy's Show Pigs.
A single entry here in our Toggenburg junior kid class, and a really nice individual when viewed from the side. She's really smoothly blended from the head and neck down into that shoulder. Not as wide as I'd like to see her in regards to that chest floor. Also, when on the move, she doesn't hold that elbow nearly as tight to that body wall as I'd like to see with her today. But when you go to get your hands on her, extremely dairy individual, excited to see what she looks like over this next year to see how she grows in that body today.
winner for Class 48 is shown by Nicole Hensley. Now entering the ring, Class 49, Toggenburg Intermediate Kids.
We really turned the heat up here into our second class of market goats on this side of the ring. And man, there's a top 4 of them that are really, really good. And a guy could flip them, flop them around. But one thing that I'm really, really confident in is the whether that we go ahead and land on to win. He's the combination goat of the top 4 in terms of balance, build, and muscularity. He's the big backed one that's the freshest to his edge. He's really, really good at the ground when you ask him to get out and motor. He's not the highest headed one out here, but he's still, his neck attaches good into his shoulder blade. He's good chested. I like the progression to his underline a great deal. Congratulations to that young lady. The weather that comes in 2, I love this thing propped from the side. Tall shouldered, good looking, super, super balanced and attractive. I love the way that that one gets out and motors around the ring. A weather though, you get right in behind him. He doesn't have the power and punch of what our class winner does. He's not as just explosive right out of the backside of his shoulder blade, down his rack and out through his loin, but really, really good one. I like his balance and build a great deal. The weather that comes next, I do appreciate this guy's added muscularity and power. He's big chested and stout forearm. Get right in behind him. He's got a big old square hip laid into him. And he's got a good turn to his lower leg. It's both ends of his skeleton that concern me probably just the most. He's the most off in his neck set of the top 3. He's the most bulldog right there at the base of his shoulder. Gets a little easier in his top line, a little rounder out of his hip. Young man that comes next does an outstanding job of getting this weather shown. I love this goat in terms of his midrib, his body shape. A weather, though, that becomes just the most conventional of the top 4. He's got the most chest plate or breastbone, if you will. He's just too plain and conventional. He's not as descript in terms of his muscle shape, but it's certainly a high-quality one. Young man does a really, really nice job. Weather that comes next, I like his practical look that he offers. Big-footed, stout bone, gets around the ring with plenty of flex and reach. Just too plain, too nondescript. When you get right up on top of him, need more muscle and shape. The weather that comes next, it's kind of the same story, big-footed and good at the ground. A weather that's just too up in his center part of his back, too easy right behind his shoulder. The black weather that comes next, I like him a good deal in terms of being sound and athletic. A weather that just needs more muscle and shape. And the weather we round out with, big-footed again, just weather that needs more muscle and more product to move up any higher. Give them kids a big round of applause.
For our intermediate tog class over here on the dairy side, we're going to go ahead and start with a individual here for me. She's just a little bit more, showcasing a little bit more spring of rib for me today. When you viewed from the rear, just really open about that rib, deeper about that barrel than what the young man's doe standing here in 2 today. She's also a little bit longer in regards to her bone work as well. She's walking on a larger foot and bone today for me, just keeping that width throughout as well. The young man standing here in second, nothing to take away from his doe here in two today. Just not as long, just not as dairy as the young man's ahead of him to be more competitive with her today.
Placings for Class 49. First place, Austin Hensley. Second place, Lionel Talamontes. We're now showing Class 50 Toggenburg Senior Yearlings.
Great way to start off our Market Go show over here. We get into this Champion Division 1. There's a goat out here, in my opinion, that wins this thing, and pretty logically, in my opinion. I think it becomes a lot closer for reserve. We're not going to have to re-describe them, but the one out of the second class will be our champion. I'm going to take a glance at him for reserve. Drop that second one, or second place in. I guess we will briefly describe these two. I think these two goats are polar opposites in terms of type and kind. I love the look and balance of the young man's Weather that was second to our champion. I think he's the tall-shouldered, good-looking one of this pair that's just structurally better right at the ground. The more meat and potatoes one wins Class 1. He's burlier and he's stouter all the way through. I'll stick to my guns in the way that I like them. I just like them better built. Young man will be reserved.
Single entry here in our Toggenburg yearling class, and a really stylish individual. She's really upstanding when on the move. She's tall at the point of her withers, carrying that nice level top line from that chine loin back into that rump structure. Just not carrying as much width between the hocks for me today as I'd like to see, especially with her being as wide as she is from thorough to thorough, but a really upstanding individual. Going to compare her to the rest of the togs for champion here.
Your champion lightweight Boer Goat Weather is exhibited by Emily Seaman. Your reserve champion lightweight Weather is shown by Brody Martin. We'll now be showing Class 76 middleweight Boer Goat Weathers. Your Class 50 winner on the dairy side was shown by Austin Hensley. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Toggenburg Junior Doe. Attention to all goat exhibitors. All backdrop photos will be needed to be done after the goat show concludes tonight.
this is my lineup for champion Toggenburg Doe, and the three individuals closest to me are first place in their respective classes. And for me, there's an individual I think that really just puts everything together in regards to that general appearance. When walking about the ring, she's the most level across that top line. She's a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure from hooks to pins. Like I mentioned in class, she's the widest from throw to throw, just maybe not necessarily showcases that true width to the ground as wide as she is from throw to throw. But in regards to front end assembly, I think she's built the best in regards from that head and neck into that front end. My yearling is going to be champion. And then for reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer between our youngest kid and our doe here in the middle. But for me, in regards to complimenting our champion of the day, I think there's one that just, especially in regards to that front end assembly, just takes that head and neck a little bit cleaner into that shoulder, keeps that shoulder assembly into that body cavity a little bit better. My doe in the middle is going to be reserve.
Your champion Toggenburg Junior Doe is shown by Austin Hensley. His trophy is sponsored by Hillside Dairy Vaughn family. Your reserve champion is also exhibited by Austin Hensley, and his trophy is sponsored by Vaughn's Lawn Care. We will now be showing Class 51 Mini Nubian Intermediate Kids.
Real logical place for me to land on in this particular class. Young man brings us one that is the tallest shouldered, best looking goat out here. He's super, super big at the ground. That's a big foot and a big forearm, super level down his spine and good out through his back and his hip. I love the look and presence of this one. He could be just maybe a shot fatter for me in terms of just being a little fresher right over his loin edge, but that one just presents a really, really good look. I like that one a great deal. Young man that lands in 2 is just the next most muscular goat of the top 4, in my opinion. I thought he was the next biggest backed one that's the freshest to his loin edge. He's the widest at the ground and the squarest right at his chest. A goat, though, we compare him to our class winner. He's not as long and level out of his hip. He's not as tall as shouldered and unique in his neck set, but a really, really high quality one. I like that one a good deal. Highly presented one that comes in 3rd. People spend a good amount of time in terms of getting this one fitted and presented. I appreciate those things about him. He's big-bodied and soft-centered. I can appreciate that about him. But of the top trio, I thought he was the plainest muscled one that's just the most nondescript in terms of his back shape and lower stifle shape, but a really high-quality, productive kind of one. I like the look and balance of the Weather in 4. He's big-footed and stout at the ground. He just runs out of horsepower when you get directly in front of him or behind him, but a high-quality one nonetheless. Young man that comes next brings us a good practical kind of a goat, big-footed and good at the ground. A little longer pastor, not as strong right in behind his shoulder blade. Need to just strengthen him right there. A good presented one in terms of the dark red Weather here. I like him in terms of his body shape and his basic fundamentals. Need to crack him open and make him wider all the way through. And the same story could be said for the young man in the cowboy hat. Big-footed, stout bone. Just need to see him wider and more muscular to move him up any higher. Give those kids a big round of applause.
Placings for Class 76 on your meat goat side. First place, Carson Dice. Second, Samuel Oswald. Third, Lydia Biddle. Fourth, Carly Woods. Fifth, Christian Hudson. And sixth, Ava Kendall. We are now showing Class 77 middleweight Boer Goat Weathers.
Still a single entry here in our Mini Nubian class, and for me, an individual that's really wide through her chest floor, keeping that width in between the hocks, especially when viewed from the standstill. She doesn't really want to cooperate and walk with us today, but when you go get your hands on her, she's still a really daring individual with openness and showcasing some spring of rib today, well deserving of a blue ribbon.
First place, Class 51 on your dairy side is exhibited by Ava Kendall. We're now showing Class 52 Mini Nubian Senior Kids.
Really good 5 of them out here in this particular class, and the 2 at the bottom here, towards the end here, are really, really good goats. The one that we use to win is just elite, in my opinion. He is super round-bodied, super opened up all the way through, really good from his nose to his toes. We could just use a lot of adjectives to describe him. We'll keep it brief and short. Highly presented. I like that one a good deal. From there, I think it does become just a shot more challenging. The next best handling one is the 1 and 2. I love his back shape. He is so fresh over his loin edge. He is so good right at the ground. Compared to our class winner, though, he's not as good from his chest right to the backside of his flank. He doesn't balance quite as well, and he's not as opened up and manly when you get right up on top of him. Young lady in the black brings us one that, again, handles extremely well. A goat, though, is just not as good and smooth in his bone work as what our class winner, the goat in second, is. A weather, though, that's extremely wide right through his chest. That's a big forearm and a shapely back. Just need more look and balance to move him up any higher. Young man with the black weather, I love this one at the ground. Big-footed and stout-boned, appreciate all those things about him. Gets a little easier right there and behind his shoulder blade, maybe just a shot looser and more rugged up about his shoulder and his head and his neck, just not as attractive and uniquely made. Young lady brings us one that's super attractive, super well presented, appreciate those things about him. He just plain and simply runs out of power and muscularity to move up any higher. Give those kiddos a big round of applause. That's a really, really good one on the top end.
In our second class of Mini Nubians, I am going to go ahead and start with the one for me that's just a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end. Really, really long and lean about that head and neck, blends smoothly into that front end, and more specifically into that shoulder assembly. She's a little bit wider through her chest floor, keeping that natural width between the hocks, especially when on the move. The young lady's cream doe standing in the middle over the young lady's doe standing here at the end. For me, she's just a little bit more dairy individual when you go to get your hands on her. She's walking on a stronger set of feet and legs for me today, more particularly in the area of that front leg. She's walking on a straighter foreleg and straighter toes than what the young lady's doe standing here in 3. 3, nothing to take away from her. Again, another extremely dairy individual, just like her counterparts ahead of her, just not as long-bodied, deep-chested individual to be more competitive with them today.
Your placings for Class 77 on your meat goat side. First place, Emily Seaman. Second, Allie Moore. Third, Avery Moore. Fourth, Turner Mosley. And fifth, Hensley Mosley. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion middleweight Boer Goat Weather.
Really good division that we have out here. Again, not to sound repetitive, but I believe that there's one that showed up here today to win this particular division. He's just a really, really good goat. He's a man amongst boys out here. Young lady out of Class 2 will be our champion division. We dropped that second place in, and I thought that that was a really high quality goat. Just ran into a buzzsaw of a class winner in that particular class. He's big-footed and he's stout-boned. He's really, really muscular when you get right up on top of him. He's really bold and expressive in his rack, and that's where his advantage lies over the Weather that wins the first class. The Weather that wins the first class, I love this one right at the ground. Super big-footed and stout-boned. Maybe just not quite there yet today. He's a little rawer and greener right out of the backside of his shoulder blade. Just need to fatten him up and just give him a little bit more time on feed. Young lady out of the second class will be our reserve. Give those kids a big round of applause.
Your reserve champion middleweight Boer Goat Weather is exhibited by Allie Moore.
Single entry here in our yearling Nubian, Mini Nubian class, and a really daring individual when you go to get your hands on her. Just not sharp in terms of that general appearance. Would like to clean up that front end assembly, keep that shoulder a little bit cleaner, a little bit tighter against that body wall, but excited to compare her to her counterparts for champion today.
Placings for class 52 on the dairy side. First place, Ava Kendall. Second place, Emma Kendall. Third place, Emma Kendall. Your placings for class 53. Your class winner is Brooklyn Carmichael. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Mini Nubian Junior Doe. Entering your ring on the meat goat side, class 78 heavyweight Boer Goat Weathers.
So this is our lineup for Mini Nubians, and for me, I think there's two individuals, as I talked about in their respective classes, that really complement each other in regards to their style and their build, their front end assemblies, how clean they are about that head and neck and in that front end, keeping that width all the way through that chest floor and out through the hocks. My two standing here in the middle, one closest to me is going to be champion. The one directly behind her is going to be reserved today.
Your champion, Mini Nubian, is exhibited by Ava Kendall. Reserve champion, Emma Kendall. We'll now be showing class 54 dairy best 3 females.
Really good pair of them here on the top end, and I think ultimately it just comes down to the Weather that we used to win is just more youthful up about his head and his neck. He's just a fresher Weather, especially down his top. A wether that balances up extremely good from his chest back to his flank. You get directly right in front of him. He's still just naturally the bigger chested wether that's more genuine when you step right in behind him. I like his added immaturity, I guess, to go ahead and win this particular class. Young man brings us one that's presented extremely well. He's stout and he's powerful all the way through. A wether that's just the most mature, up about his head and his neck. He's a little plainer to the touch compared to our class winner. You step right in front of him. He's not as cracked open right there at his chest and his knee. A wether that just needs to be a little bit more youthful for this particular judge. The wether that comes next, I like this one in terms of being basic and fundamental, big, good-bodied and good at the ground. Whether that's just a little easier in his top line, not as attractive up front, doesn't balance quite as well. The wether that comes next, another big-bodied, good one at the ground. Or whether you step right in behind him, he's too plain and too nondescript. The wether that we round out with, big-footed, stout bone. I told the young lady he's more muscular than the one that she had before, but in this particular class, he just runs out of power and muscle to move up any higher. Give those kids a nice round of applause.
Your placings for Class 78 on the meat goat side. First place, Grady Martin. Second, William Robinson. Third, Delaney Haywood. Fourth, Carson Dice. And fifth, Delaney Haywood. We're now showing Class 79 Boer Goat heavyweight wethers.
Young lady in the green brings us one in the heavy class here that is still fresh and attractive, and appreciate those things about him. But where he just dominates this particular division or this particular class is just in terms of his build and his skeleton right at the ground. Highly presented, and I appreciate those things about him. He's big-backed and he's robust all the way through. Just a really high-quality one. I look forward to getting that one back out here in division. I really like a lot of things about the wether that lands in second. He is massive and muscular, super opened up and super wide. A wether, though, that's pushing too much condition, especially up through his chest and over his shoulder blade. We need to strengthen him right and behind his blade as well, but a high-quality one that's presented very nicely. Young lady does a nice job. Young man that comes in the blue shirt, appreciate the added length and extension in this wether, but you compare him to the two right in front of him. He's not as stout at the ground, not as big a bone. You get right up on top of him. He's muscular, but he's not as wide all the way through. You need to crack him open in his forerib and just stouten him up. We can move him up a few spots then. Young lady brings us one that's big and productive. Certainly appreciate those things about him. Just too plain and nondescript. Need to see him more muscular to get him to move up any higher. Give those kiddos a big round of applause. Look forward to the division.
over here on the dairy side, we're starting to get into our group classes, which is unique in its own right. So for this one, this group class that we're starting off with is our exhibitor's best 3 females. And so for this, you're not only obviously looking at consistency amongst everybody, but just consistency of good type. So all of our exhibitors out here today have really good animals in regards to their best 3 females. But for me, the individual group that doesn't have the greatest amount of flaws lies in our top pair, or a top trio, I guess, for me. When you go to look at them in regards to their breed characteristics in their own right with the 2 Oberhaslis and the LaManchas, for me, it's the most uniform group in terms of most level across those top lines. Really, really elegant in regards to those rump structures. Tremendously wide individuals throughout. To me, a really good trio to start. 2 over 3, this is a really close placing. For me, both of these trios has got one that kind of throws the rest of the group off, especially in regards to rump structures. There's 2 that are really ideal in regards to that rump structure from hooks to pins. But for me, just a little bit more consistent in regards to front end assembly and length throughout in my second place trio over my Saanen group standing here in 3. My Saanen group over my LaMancha group, really consistent amongst the type, especially when you go through and look at those mammary systems. The one closest to me had the greatest, most ideal mammary system, but when you look at depth of body, depth of rib, width throughout, I think that Saanen trio is a really, really consistent pair or trio. And we start looking at this LaMancha trio over our Sable type trio down here, second from the end. For me, there again, amongst these 2 trios, there's one individual I think you could throw out and make a really good pair, just not as consistent as our trio that won the class today. But for me, the 3 LaManchas, just the most consistent in regards to the rump structure, in regards to that ideal of good type. When you go and look at them in regards to feet and legs, it's probably a little bit closer placing for me with these 2 trios here. The Sable type trio over our Mini Nubians here at the end. Just a lot more larger frame, larger depth of body, length of body throughout than our Mini Nubians here at the end. Nothing to take away from our Mini Nubians here at the end. 3 really uniform individuals, just not as consistent amongst all 3 as we saw in the groups ahead of them today. Let's go ahead and give those kids a big round of applause for bringing out their best 3 females.
Your placings for Class 79 on the Boer Goat side. First place, Hollis Mosley. Second place, Lydia Biddle. Third, Nicholas Bush. Fourth, Delaney Haywood. Now in the ring is champion and reserve champion, heavyweight Boer Goat Weather.
Another really good division that we've had over here in the heavies, and there's probably not one that just jumps out and says, hey, here I am. But I think that there's 3 of them that are really, really close, I guess, or all 4 of them really are. But to me, there's 3 of them that kind of surface. We'll go through and we'll kind of describe them. You can kind of get a feeling of where I'm setting. I love the balance and the build of the one that just wins the first class. I think he's the best structured, best built one out here, and yet offers a youthful, attractive look up about his head and his neck. He's good about his chest. He's still good and appropriate in terms of the condition over his forerib, and I appreciate those things about him. I like, maybe if we get him back out here, is he just the most dimensional one? I don't know, but I think all of them have plenty of muscle and shape. I'm not a muscle kind of guy by any stretch of the imagination. The one that was second in that particular class, I hammered on him for being pretty mature up about his head and his neck and his shoulder blade. I still believe that all those things are true. I think a goat that we just need to see him relax and float around the ring just a shot better. He wants to fight the young man, so it's hard to tell where he actually is in terms of his structure. I do know, though, that he closes in at his knees, not as round in his forerib as maybe another one out here, but still a high-quality one. The young lady that wins the last class, I like this goat in terms of being round-bodied and boxy-made. He's big back and he's fresh to the touch. My concern on him is he just athletic enough in terms of his rear leg? You study him just standing here. He's probably the straightest of those 3 that I'm talking about. Whether that's just a little vertical in terms of his hind leg and his pastern set, and whether that's carrying plenty of conditions. So that's kind of where I'm at. The young lady had a nice one that was second to this class winner, just not as unique and as attractive and shapely as the other 3 ahead of them. But I'm going to set the microphone down. I'll show you the one that I like the best. I'll probably take a little bit of time and reevaluate for reserve. If you could, give a big round of applause for these kiddos. They're working their tails off out here.
Your champion dairy best 3 females is exhibited by Jordan LaFoon. Now in the ring on the dairy sides, class 55 dairy mother-daughter. After class 55, on the dairy side, we will take a quick 5-minute break. Your champion heavyweight Boer Goat Weather is exhibited by Grady Martin. Your reserve champion heavyweight Weather is exhibited by Hollis Mosley. Now entering the ring is class 80 lightweight Commercial Does.
Young lady brings us one here to start our Commercial Doe show off with. That is an absolute heater. I love the way that this thing prances around like a show goat. High-headed and tall-shouldered, level-backed and square-pinned. That one's rather muscular when you get right up on top of her, too. I like that one just a great, great deal. Young lady that comes in, too, I like that doe in terms of being good, in terms of her body shape and being wide and square at the ground. Too frail of footed, too frail of bone. Need to just open her up and crack her open to make her more competitive. Really, really high quality one to win that particular class. Give them a nice round of applause.
Over here on our dairy side, we have our last group class, which is mother-daughter, which again, for these group classes, especially for mother-daughter, you're looking at consistency, a good type, but also you're looking at improvements from the dam to the daughter. And for me, I think these two individuals that I have closest to the rail fit the bill the best for me in regards to improvements in the offspring. From the mother to the daughter, but then when you start looking at those advantages, for me, when you start looking at these I guess these two pairs closest to the rail, the one that really puts it the best together in regards to consistency, a good type, especially going back and referencing back in class, my Saanen pair really complements each other really well in regards to those mammary systems, strength throughout. Probably not as level in regards to that rump structure as the dam, but the Saanen pair for me is the best. So for that, my Saanen pair is going to be my champion mother-daughter.
Your placings for class 80, first place and champion lightweight Commercial Doe is exhibited by Skylar Sheets. Second place and reserve champion was shown by Parker Walters. in the ring on the Boer Goat side, Class 81, middleweight commercial does.
Going to go ahead and use the young man's doe here to win this particular class and division. I think you just break them down to the fundamentals of good livestock. The young man's doe is just superior in terms of her build and her skeleton. You ask them to go into motion. She's the longer striding one that's freer in terms of her spine. She's way more relaxed at her knee and her blade and her usage of her joint work. I like that one just a better deal. Now, is she a little longer shanked and a little goofy, or a little have a little bit more set to her hind leg? No doubt about it. But I think of the pair, she's still the more muscular one that's freer moving. I like that one a nice amount. Young lady certainly has been working hard. This doe is ultra hairy. Can appreciate those things about her. Highly fitted, highly presented, shown to a T. Ask them to get into motion. She's too straight and too vertical off both ends of her skeleton. She knots up the most in the center part of her back. She's too vertical in terms of her hind leg, in terms of her hock and her pastern. Just need to free her up and relax her when we set them into motion. Really nice pair of them. Give them kiddos a nice round of applause.
Your champion dairy mother-daughter is shown by Jonathan Vaughn. On the meat side, your first place in and champion middleweight commercial doe is shown by Maxwell Escobedo Perez. Your second and reserve champion is shown by Carly Woods. Now entering the ring, Class 82 Boer commercial does.
Another really high quality class of does over here on this side of the ring. And young lady brings us one that's just highly presented and shown at a high level. I like this one in terms of her levelness of spine, her genuine build, and her skeleton. She is very cracked open and muscular down her top and out through her hip. Good in her fore rib and her underline and her flank. A really high quality one. The young lady brings us one that's big-footed and stout-boned. Appreciate those things about her. Like her forearm shape. Compared to our class winner, she's not as round in her fore rib, not as the amount of curvature to her upper rib as what our class winner has. Not as level right behind her shoulder blade either, but still a high quality one. We round out the class with a pair of black does that are very nice and functional. Appreciate those things about them. Super sound and athletic when you set them into motion. Pair of does, though, they just need more shape, need more muscle to move up any higher. Just run out of the pizzazz, if you will, to get up any higher. Give those kids a great big round of applause.
Placings for Class 82, First place and champion heavyweight commercial doe is exhibited by Emily Seaman. Second place and reserve champion heavyweight commercial doe is shown by Allie Moore. Third place goes to Emily Kendall. And fourth place, Josephine Kendall. We're now showing class 83 Boer Goat market does. On the dairy side, in the ring now is class 56 Dairy Goat Weathers.
Great way to start off our Market Doe show here. Young man brings us one that's athletic and attractive. Love her freshness that she has to offer. Super well balanced and just muscular and shapely, if you will. Maybe not the smoothest about her bone work and her joint work, but still a high quality one nonetheless. So I like a lot of things about the Appaloosa colored one that comes next. Level down her top, muscular and fresh. A doe, though, that's more restricted in terms of her knee and her neck set. I'd like to reassemble her. The way her neck ties into her shoulder, still a high quality one that offers some breeding value. Young lady that comes next, super functional, good bodied, and gets around the ring with plenty of flex and reach. A doe, though, that just needs more muscle, needs more feed to move up any higher. Give them three kids a great big round of applause if you're standing ringside.
Placings for class 83. The first place and champion lightweight market doe is shown by Nicholas Bush. Second place and reserve champion lightweight market doe is shown by Mackenzie Oswald. Third place, Alexis Wallace. We're now showing class 84 Boer Goat market does middleweight.
Right behind her. Yep. I told the young man that we land on in second here. He brought one of the best handling goats yet to this point, but we'll get back and describe here in just a few seconds. I like a lot of good things about the doe that we land on to win, just in terms of height of shoulder, levelness of spine, strength right behind her shoulder blade, She dominates this particular class. I love the progression to her underline from her chest back to her flank. Is she as muscular and wild-shaped as what the one in second is? No, but she's the more functional one that I think offers just more practical, usable parts and pieces. I like that one a good deal. The muscularity and power one lands in second. There's no doubt about it. You get to the three-quarter view, and this one is absolutely wild. Round forerib, big topped, expressive in terms of her lower leg. I love her forearm shape. A doe, though, you prop her off to the side. She's the lower shouldered one that's not as strong right in behind her top line. She's a little coarser and more mature up about her head and neck. Maybe just not as unique, I guess, in terms of her balance and her build. But still, you got to appreciate the muscle, the muscularity, and power in that one. Young man brings us one that lands in third, that is taller shouldered and maybe just a shot better looking, but a doe that's too narrow and too plain. I like her in terms of her bone work and at the ground, but a doe that's just too plain and too nondescript. Give those kiddos a big round of applause.
Placings for Class 84. First place and champion middleweight market doe is shown by Camry Cornell. Second place and reserve champion is exhibited by Maxwell Escobedo Perez. Third place, Carson Dice. We're now showing Class 85 Boer Goat market does heavyweights.
So this is our first class of dairy weathers, and lightweight weathers is always a challenge, especially in the dairy breed, just because predominantly they are used for milk production. And so when we're trying to get muscle and mass put to these dairy frames, it creates a challenge for the exhibitors to be able to really pack on that muscle, pack on that fat to get them market ready as they need to be. And so for this today, when I go through and evaluate our dairy weathers, I'm trying to determine which one's the most market ready for us today in regards to giving us the greatest amount of product on the rail if they were to go this afternoon, this evening. And for me, the young ladies, whether here at the head of the line in regards to his size and scale, and in regards to the size of his skeleton, he packs on the greatest amount of product. Again, none of these weathers in this class are to that finishing point yet, but in regards to that amount of product, she carries the greatest amount over that rack. Depth into that loin, thickness of loin, not necessarily as much leg shape as our young man's weather standing here too today, but still in terms of a total package, good enough to win this lightweight class. This brown weather over this black and white weather here, for me it is that advantage in that rear leg. He's got tremendous more length to that loin, thickness to that loin, and a little bit fuller through that brisket. But for me, the young man's weather here, if he just had a little bit more substance, a little bit more product, and because of his size and scale, would take advantage of the young man's doe standing in young man's weather standing in two today. 3 over 4, this is just a size and scale advantage for me today in regards to the greatest amount of skeleton and product that's there. Again, none of these weathers are to that point, but for me, he's still starting to develop the greatest amount of product for me today. The young ladies, Saanen type weather here over the remainder of the class. Nothing to take away from these 5 weathers here, just not the size, scale, product advantages as those 3 weathers ahead of them to be competitive. Let's go ahead and give these kids a big round of applause in this first class of weathers.
On the dairy side, placings for Class 56. First place, Ava Kendall. Second, Gavin Garrison. Third, Eli Cox. Fourth, Harley Summerfield. Fifth, Chloe Persiak. Sixth, Bailey Coleman. Seventh, Madeline Denham. And eighth, Reagan Carmichael. Now entering the ring, Class 57, Dairy Goat Weathers. On the meat goat side, entering the ring is Class 85 heavyweight market does.
A really good trio of them that we have out here. Young lady brings us one, though, that just dominates this particular class for this judge. Really good and strong right behind her withers and big racked and square loin. I like her when you get right to the three-quarter view. Very dimensional in her fore rib and her lower leg shape, and yet tall-shouldered and good-looking. Appreciate all those things about her. Young lady brings us one that is extraordinarily big-footed and stout at the ground. A doe, though, that's just a little plainer and more conventional in her look, if you will. You get to that three-quarter view where the one that excels right ahead of her, she's too plain in her shape, not as bold and round in her fore rib. Just need to open her up and crack her open a shot more. Young man brings us a bicolored one that's big-footed and sound when you set him into motion. A doe, though, we just need to relax her in terms of the center part of her spine at the stick. Need to just give her more shape and muscle to get her to move up any higher. Give them three kids a great big round of applause.
Placings for Class 85. First place and champion heavyweight market doe is shown by Skylar Sheets. Second place in reserve is exhibited by Hollis Mosley. Third place, Samuel Oswald.
So in this next class of dairy wethers, we have two wethers here at the head of the line that really sort themselves up to the top quite easily. These two Nubians here, really firm on the handle, especially over that rack and that loin area in comparison to the wether standing directly behind him. I think for the red wether here, the head of the line, his true advantage lies in that rear leg set. Just a tremendous more amount of product in that rear leg, expanding down that lower leg than what we're seeing on the young man's black wether. He's also a little bit more expressional through that chest, broken open through that chest floor, keeping that width all the way throughout. Again, he's not quite to that market readiness yet, but in terms of if they're going today, he definitely fits the bill in regards to the greatest amount of product today. 2 over 3 then in his turn. For me, kind of like I said in that top pair of wethers, they had a very distinct advantage in terms of muscle shape and the amount of muscle that they packed on today. 3 over 4, this is a little bit closer placing in my mind. I could kind of go back and forth between these two. For me, when I go through its structure and look at structural integrity at the base of their skeletons, I think this white and black Alpine wether here standing third for me just has the greatest amount more product potential. They're both very similar in terms of that rack and that loin. Maybe not as long of a loin as the brown Alpine standing here in fourth, but still a really good Alpine wether here that could use some more days on feed. 4 over 5 then in his turn. Again, I think just tremendous amount more width. He's wide through that chest, out through those hocks. And when you go to get your hands on him again, just a little bit more expressionable in that top side of his skeleton than the three wethers standing behind him today. The Oberhasli wether over the remaining two, surprisingly for the Oberhasli wether being a primarily dairy, there's still some product there, just not enough to compete with those four ahead of him today, but does have enough product over the remaining two wethers here, especially in that rear leg when viewed from the rear in terms of that lower leg set. But three wethers here, again, more time on feed to get market ready to compete more with those wethers ahead of them. Again, let's go ahead and give these kids a big round of applause for this middle wether class.
Placings for Class 57. First place, Wade Sipple. Second, Simon Strickler. Third, Mallory Denham. Fourth, Cooper Verhey. Fifth, Emma Verhey. And sixth, Emily Stout. We're now showing Class 58 Dairy Goat Wethers. On the meat goat side, now in the ring is Class 86 Boer Does, 3 months to 6 months.
Very good class here in our doe show. A good pair of them on top. I think there's a few minor differences between them, and we'll go ahead and discuss them. The doe that we go ahead and land on to win is just the more athletic one. When we set them into motion, she's more relaxed at her shoulder and her knee. She floats around the ring with just more mobility and integrity. I like her in terms of her body shape and her moderate, easy keeping look. Just a really, really nice place to land on. The real big-footed, real stout one lands in second. No denying that. I think of the pair, though, she's the lower tying one that's lower in her neck set and her chest and her sternum. She's straighter from her shoulder right to her knee and get in behind them. She's not as powerful as what our class winner is either. Young lady brings one that's presented well, does a nice job getting her shown, gives up too much performance and body compared to the two does right ahead of her. Young lady with the all red doe. I like her in terms of her structure and her ability to get around the ring, but too frail and too fragile right at the ground to move up any higher. And the same story could be said for the young lady that rounds out. Good in terms of her mobility, a doe that just needs to be stronger and thicker all the way through. Give her a nice round of applause, if you will.
Placings for Class 86. First place, Owen Keene. Second place, Owen Keene. Third, Avery Moore. Fourth, Alexis Wallace. And fifth, Sarah Lyons. Entering the ring, Class 87 Boer Does, 6 months to under 9.
Black-headed doe that we land on to win this particular class. Does so rather handily, in my opinion. I love her attractive look up through her front 1/3, really refined about her head and her neck, and yet angular about her shoulder and her knee. Very, very level down her spine and out through her hip. Very, very flexible when we set her into motion. I like that doe a good deal. Young man brings us one that's really attractive and balanced as well. We compare her to our class winner, though. She's not as stout at the ground in terms of her foot and her bone. You get right on behind her. She's not as wide and genuine as what a class winner is. Young man that rounds out with a solid red doe. The biggest footed and stoutest boned one, no denying that. She's also the coarsest about her head, and the most rugged about her shoulder blade and her neck. We just need to make her more youthful and more feminine to get her to move up any higher. Give them kids a big round of applause.
Placings for Class 87. First place, Maddox Keene. Second place, Elliott Keene. Third, Mason Appleton. We're now showing Class 88 Boer Does 9 months to under 12.
Another really, really nice pair of them. And the young man that we choose to win does so, in my opinion, just from a power and muscularity standpoint. She's the bigger topped one that's just more powerful through her hip. I still think she's the better bodied one in terms of her forerib and flank. A doe, though, that we could correct just a shot in terms of her angles off both ends of her skeleton, still deem her acceptable. Young man brings us one that's super attractive and refined, but that correlates to her being at the ground, too. She's smaller footed and frailer boned, not as stout and powerful out through her hip, just a plainer, more nondescript one. Give them two kids a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 88. First place, Elliott Keene. Second, Mason Appleton. We're now showing Class 89 Boer Does 12 months to under 18.
a really good class of wethers here on the dairy side, and these top 4 individuals really took me quite a bit of time to try to sort through because they're all very different in regards to their likes and kinds and their skeletal structures. And then when you really start going to get your hands on them, I think that's where some of these differences are going to lie. These top 2 here at the head of the line, for me, when you go to get your hands on them, it's the firmest to the touch, especially over that rack and loin. When you go to get your hands on them, the individual that I have starting the class just maybe a little bit longer in terms of that loin area, probably not as much loin shape in regards to thickness of loin, but in terms of total amount of product, I think that this wether here, the head of the line, it has the greatest amount of cover. And then when you go to get your hands on it, especially in that rear leg set, tremendous deeper rear leg on this wether standing here at the head of the line, keeping that muscle shape up high into that thigh, down into that lower portion of its leg. And to me, a really good pair to start 1-2 in this class today. 2 over 3 in his turn. For me, this is a little bit of a structural placing. For me, he's a little bit wider through his chest floor, keeping that width out through his hocks in regards to being able to fill out that brisket just a little bit more for me today. The young man's wether over the young lady's wether standing here. This was a really close trade-off amongst the 2, I think, in my mind. But for me, it goes to firmness to the touch. I think the young man's red Nubian wether here is just a little bit firmer, especially over the top side of his skeleton. He's not the widest through his chest floor. He definitely yields that advantage to the young lady's wether standing in 4, but a really close pair of wethers, I think, here in the middle of this class. The young lady's silver gray wether here, when I look at it from a side profile, just a tremendously outlined individual. He's really deep. He's really bold. To me, I think he's just a little bit soft in regards to what he looks like when you step off of him. When you go to get your hands on him, he's just a little bit softer over that loin edge than what our 3 placing ahead of him today, and he's starting to get a little bit more fattier in terms of right behind that shoulder and into that tailhead. But overall, in regards to over the remaining wether standing behind him, still has a tremendous amount of product there for us to sort through at the rail if they were going tonight. Young lady's red Nubian here over the 2 togs at the end. The unfortunate thing about togs is that they're extremely dairy individuals. So again, when we start trying to put on actual muscle shape, it's really, really hard to fill out their large frame skeletons to begin with. But in regards to these 3, very similar in regards to their muscle structure, just hit really 4 big packed wethers to sort them down here in the bottom half of the class. Let's go ahead and give these kids for a really good class of wethers again.
Placings for Class 58 Dairy Goat Wethers. First place, Parker Walters. Second, Corbin Bullhofer. Third, Liam Mitchell. Fourth, Hollis Mosley. Fifth, Mallory Denham. Sixth, Levi Stevenson. And seventh, Levi Stevenson. We're now showing Class 60 Dairy Goat Wethers.
Over here, back on the doe side of things, really good class of them all the way through. I really like the doe that we go ahead and land on to win this particular class, just in terms of her head and her neck, the way that her skull's shaped. She is the high-tying one that's the best of her chest and her shoulder blade. She offers more than enough power when you get off either end of her skeleton. She could use just maybe a shot more swoop to her underline, but still a high-quality one. Like the added performance and ruggedness found in the doe that lands in second. That's a big-bodied one that's extremely stout at the ground. She becomes too plain and too nondescript for this particular judge. She's not as attractive up about her head and her neck. She's fuller through her chest plate and her breastbone, not as level and square right down her top. The doe that comes next, I like her as well in terms of being good at the ground, in terms of being sound and functional. She's relatively good-bodied. A doe, though, to me, that's too steep and round out of her hip, not as strong right behind her shoulder blade. Young man that comes next, I like the moderation of your doe. Unfortunately, though, you get right in behind her. She's too plain and too narrow. The young lady that comes next, I like the head and neck on this doe quite a bit. She's tall-shouldered and gives you a nice balanced look. Gets a little easier in her top line. Gets too flat and narrow right in behind her lower leg and stifle. Young lady that rounds out the class brings us one that is attractive and good when we set them into motion. She needs to be cracked open more, needs more shape down her top and out through her rump to move up any higher. Give those kiddos a big round of applause.
Placings for Class 89. First place, Allie Moore. Second, Sarah Lyons. Third, Kyra Rainey. Fourth, Mason Appleton. Fifth, Brooke Dalton. And sixth, Mason Appleton. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion, Junior Boer Doe.
Been a very, very good division over here in the Commercial Doe Show in this first division. I think that there's maybe one of them that surfaces, in my opinion. I love this one that I'm going to land on in terms of just her balance and her build and her added stoutness and power that yet she combines with. We'll drop our second place in and give them give them another look. If you could, give them a great big round of applause as we select your champion division over here.
Another really good class of weathers here on the dairy side. For me, I'm going to go ahead and start with the young lady here with the black and white weather, or brown and white weather here, the head of the line. For me, when you go to get your hands on it, it's really, really expansive over that rack, stays firm over that loin area. Then when you go and view behind him, just a tremendous amount of leg shape of what we're seeing on the weather standing directly behind him. I think if the weather that's in first wasn't as long, I think that the weather standing here in two would probably jump. But for Tay, for that length, that width throughout, he's also the cleanest through his chest floor. Really good weather to start off in this class. 2 over 3 then in his turn. I think this was a really close placing until you go to get your hand on him over the loin. I think with that loin edge, this is where this brown weather really has that advantage, just because he's more expansive, more expressionable over that loin edge. The young lady's black weather's here standing third. Not really disappointing, just doesn't have as much shape as the two weathers ahead in terms of that loin. The young lady's Nubian over the young lady's LaMancha here. To me, just a total amount of product perspective. A little bit bigger through that chest, cleaner through that chest, more expansive out through that brisket, and walking on a more functional skeleton in regards to total amount of product. The LaMancha and the Saanen weathers here at the end of the line, really comparative between the two, but for me, I think in regards to size and scale of their skeletal features, I think the young lady's LaMancha weather here just packs a little bit more product to the size of his skeleton for me today. A little bit more firmer over that loin. Not as long of a loin as what the Saanen weather has, but more product over that loin edge than what we're seeing in the Saanen here at the end of the line. The Saanen here at the end of the line, tremendous amount of product through that rack and that rear leg. Again, the most disappointing was that loin edge, but still a really good weather. Just ran into some big ones there at the beginning of that class today.
Your placings for Class 60 Dairy Goat Weathers. First place, Nora Gamble. Second place, Sharon Schultz. Third, Blair Schultz. Fourth, Jordan LaFoon. And fifth, Madeline Denham. We're now showing Class 61 Nigerian Dwarf Weathers.
Good pair of them in our 18 to 24-month-old division over here. And the more traditional colored doe, I think, just dominates this particular class in terms of her fundamentals of being sound and athletic when you study them in motion, and yet gives you a good balanced look from the side. Good in terms of her body shape and her overall volume and muscle. Just a really high-quality one. Young lady's spotted up doe that lands in second. Appreciate her in terms of her balance and her symmetry from the side. Big-footed and stout bone. Maybe doesn't offer the added shape and muscle as what our class winner has to offer. Not as attractive up through her head and neck. Give these two young exhibitors a very, very nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 90 Boer Does. First place, Addison Quinton. Second place, Hadley Quinton. We're now showing Class 91 Boer Does, 24 months to under 30 months.
Another really good class of them over here on this particular side. And the young lady in the black shirt wins this particular class just from a femininity and balance standpoint, in my opinion. She's the strongest in her top line and yet the levelest out of her hip. I like her in terms of when you set them into motion, she maintains her balance, especially through her chest floor and her flank and her underline. Still very, very mobile in terms of her athletic ability to travel around the ring. I appreciate that a great deal about that doe. Really robust and round caged one that lands in second. Like those things about her. Compared to our class winner, though, she's not as fresh and attractive up through her chest. She's not as strong right in behind her shoulder blade. You ask her to go into motion, and she's straighter and more restricted from her hock to her pastern. Just need to free her up a shot. Young lady that we round out with, I like a lot of things about this doe. Big-footed and stout-boned, really, really rugged. A doe, though, that's a little longer pastern and a little coarser about her udder development. A doe that we just need to refine her just a shot and make her a little bit more attractive. Give them a nice round of applause, if you would.
Placings for Class 91 Boer Does. First place, Avery Moore. Second, Josephine Kendall. Third, Sarah Lyons. We're now showing Class 92 Boer Does, 30 months to under 36 months.
This is our first class of Nigerian Weathers, and two Weathers up here that are here at the top of the line, I think really complement each other really well in regards to total amount of product. I think in terms of style and feature in regards to silhouette, I really like the young ladies Weather standing here in two. But for me, and when you go to get your hands on them in terms of total amount of product, I think that's where the young lady here at the head of the line, her Weather has that distinct advantage, especially in the area through that chest floor and that brisket, out through his hocks, where it gives him a better presentation in terms of that rear leg set than the young ladies Weather standing here in two. The young ladies Weather here in two, like I said, really, really cool from the profile. Really like that nice, easy silhouette. He blends smooth into that shoulder. Just not nearly as much product, not as firm to the touch as the young ladies here at the head of the line that wins the class today, but she definitely has that advantage over the young ladies standing in three. The young ladies Weather in 3 over 4. This is a really close placing for me, but again, it's a total amount of product perspective for me, especially out through that chest floor and that brisket. Just a little bit more expansive over that rib as well than when the young ladies Black and Tan Weather here standing next in line. Again, very similar to the Weather standing a second. I really like the side profile. When he walked in, he caught my eye. Really nice, really smoothly blended. Just not enough product to be as competitive as those four standing ahead of him today. The cream and white over the next Black and Tan here, for me, it's definitely through that chest floor and out through that rear leg, just more expansive over that rear leg than young ladies Black and Tan standing here third from the end. The 1/3 from the end over the second to the end. When you go to get your hands on it, it's over that rack shape is where I really appreciate him the best. The young man's black and white over the young lady's cream here at the end. Just, I think, more amount of product here. Nothing to take away from the young ladies' Weather here at the end. Just not as much shape over that loin area as the rest of the Weather standing ahead of them today to be more competitive. Let's go ahead and give those kids in that first Nigerian class a big round of applause.
Good single entry over here on the doe side of things. A doe that's really attractive up through her front 1/3, really refined and appreciate those things about her. Maybe not perfect in terms of her structure out of her shoulder and her knee, but one that I deem certainly acceptable. A doe that could withstand some more competition. Give this young lady a great big round of applause.
You're placing on the dairy side for Class 61. First place, Blair Schultz. Second, Lillian Harold. Third, Sharon Schultz. Fourth, Marianne Barker. Fifth, Madeline Denham. Sixth, Mallory Denham. Seventh, Mason Appleton. And eighth, Marianne Barker. We're now showing Class 62 Nigerian Dwarf Weathers. Placings on the Boer Goat side for Class 92. First place to Briella Rainey. We're now showing Class 93 Boer Does 36 months and older.
Young man is working his tail off over here in the cowboy hat, bouncing back and forth from one ring to another. And brings us a nice single entry out here for this class. Big-footed and stout. Like that about her. Good in terms of her body shape. Maybe a little deeper in her chest in relation to her flank, and maybe just a little rounder off both ends of her skeleton. But still a doe that's very, very high quality and going to make a very, very nice project for this young man. Give him a nice big round of applause as he's working hard today.
Your Class 93 winner is shown by Mason Appleton. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Senior Boer Doe.
So in this class of Nigerian Weathers, with these guys being our miniature dairy breeds, they really don't have a much product to really, for me to be able to evaluate. So for me, this is a structural placing. And for the young lady standing here at the head of the line, her chocolate and white weather here just really fits the bill in regards to general appearance. He's probably the longest in regards to his top line, really, really long about that loin area as well. But again, with all three of these, don't have really as much product for me to evaluate today. So with that, from a structural integrity perspective, hers wins the class, I think, quite easily. The young man's black and tan doe over the young lady's white weather here. For me, this is a little bit closer placing. I switched him at the last second. For me, the young man's black and tan weather just a little bit deeper in regards to that rib shape, a little bit deeper in regards to that rear barrel for that total amount of product perspective once they do get to that point. The young lady's white weather here at the end of the line, structural integrity-wise is good, just not as long-bodied as the two individuals standing ahead of them today.
Placings for Class 62. First place, Marianne Barker. Second, Shiloh Martin. Third, Cameron Gwynn. We'll now be showing for champion or reserve champion, Nigerian Dwarf Weather.
Another fun division over here on the Boer Doe side of things. And we won't go through and describe them all again, but I think it's been a very competitive, very, very good show. We get them back out here, and there's one of them out here that just kind of stands out to me. I love her in terms of her ability to be sound and athletic and still attractive up about her head and her neck, strong in terms of her horn placement, yet level down her spine and square out of her hip. Young lady out of the second class will be our champion. Give her a nice round of applause. I think things become just a shot more interesting and closer for reserve. I think that there's one that just follows our class winner best in terms of being attractive up about her head and her neck, yet refined and very feminine. A doe that's still muscular and offers plenty of power. Young lady out of the third class will be our reserve.
Your champion Senior Boer Doe is exhibited by Avery Moore. Her trophy is sponsored by Wagner Water Systems. Your reserve champion Senior Boer Doe is shown by Briella Rainey, and her trophy is sponsored by RK General Cleaning.
So this is our class of Nigerian Weathers here over on the dairy goat side, and for me, I think the two Weathers that sort themselves of the two pairs here, I think they sort themselves quite easily in terms of their skeletal structure and their frame. And when you start talking about fitting that size and scale to that frame, I think they do it the best. Nothing to take away from the younger Weathers standing here towards on the back side of this line. But for me, the two Weathers that are ahead of them, both structural integrity and total amount of product excels over those two. So my first place in my first class is going to be champion. Second place in that first class is going to be reserved today.
Your champion, Nigerian Dwarf Weather, is shown by Blair Schultz. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Lillian Harold. Now entering the ring, Class 63 Dairy Weathers. On the Boer side, now entering the ring, Class 94 percentage Boer Does, 3 months to under 6 months.
Another very, very high quality class that we have here. And young man brings us one that is just awfully, awfully attractive up through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. Love the shape to her skull and her horn placement. Very good and trim up about her chest and her shoulder blade. Still athletic and attractive when we set them into motion. Maybe not the biggest footed and the stoutest bone one in this particular class, but certainly not frail by any stretch of the imagination either. From there on, I think things become just a shot more interesting. Really gravitated towards the black doe when she initially walked in. Love her natural stoutness and her footwork and her bone work. But compared to her class winner, not as attractive up about her head and her neck, coarser about her neck and her shoulder blade, not as strong right in behind her shoulder blade either, but a really round cage, robust one that just needs to be a shot prettier for this judge. Young lady that is all red doe that comes next. I like her in terms of being stout at the ground and very, very athletic. A doe that's rounder in her shoulder blade, not as strong right in behind her shoulder. Gets a little stronger, right, or gets a little too tight, if you will, right in behind, right at the center part of her back. You just need to free her up and see her go with more structural integrity, but still a very, very high quality one. Young lady's doe that comes next, I like her balanced, attractive look. A doe, though, that runs out of performance, needs to be stouter and more muscular all the way through. Young man that rounds out the class brings us one that just needs more time, needs more feed to move up any higher. Give those kids a great big round of applause.
So on the dairy side, we are starting with our aged wether classes, and this is our yearling wethers. And for me, the young man here, the head of the line with his Nigerian type wether, for me, really fits the bill in regards to his skeletal structure and his structural integrity. For me, he's the one that's still pretty true in regards to his skeletal width. He's really big up top and keeping that width down on the ground. He's wide through that chest floor, walks really natural width between the hocks. When on the move, and then when you go get your hands on him, he's still good enough in regards to that firm and touch, and not really getting that point where he's starting to develop some of those extra fat than what we're seeing on a couple of wethers standing behind him today. The young lady's LaMancha type wether here, standing too, a really big outline framed individual. Would really like to see him just a little bit deeper in regards to that barrel, keep his width a little bit more truer, especially from the top side of his skeleton down through the ground than what like we're seeing on our class winner today. 3 over 4, then his turn is that structural integrity. I really like how he stays nice and clean in regards to his package. He still stays true, not carrying any excess fleshing, really wide through that chest floor, keeping a little bit more width between the hocks when on the move. Maybe just walks a little bit on the outside of his skeleton off of his rear tube, but still good enough to place over the wether standing behind him today. The young lady's white wether standing here, third from the end. He's getting to the point of where he's not necessarily staying true to the top side of his skeleton. He really wants to taper down there at the base, and really he's wide throughout. He's got a big center body, just doesn't keep that width true enough for me to place any higher with those wethers ahead of him today. The two wethers here at the end, nothing to take away from them. I think with them still being yearlings, they still got a little bit more to grow into in regards to their body structure and their skeletal types, but two quality wethers here, give them more time, that I think they'll fit the bodies really well. Let's go ahead and give those kids a big round of applause.
Placings for class 94 on the Boer side. First place, Clayton Moore. Second place, Emily Kendall. Third place, Josephine Kendall. Fourth, Alexis Wallace. Fifth, Thomas Brown. Now in the ring is class 95 percentage Boer Does. Placings for class 63 Dairy Weathers. First place, Fletcher Myers. Second place, Emily Stout. Third place, William Baker. Fourth, Emma Kendall. Fifth, Kaylin Stein. Sixth, Ethan Hurt. Now entering the ring is class 64 Dairy Weathers.
Really, really good class of them over here on this side, and there's not a perfect one by any stretch of the imagination, but the doe that that I land on to win this particular class, I think, is a combination doe in terms of performance, body, and build. I think a very, very nicely presented, very well put together type of a doe. I like her in terms of her stoutness of her head and broadness of chest. She's the big four-armed one that still offers some added growth and performance. Very, very nice in terms of her body shape, in terms of her forerib and her underline. A doe that is a little rounder out of her rump and a little weaker in terms of her pastern set, but a doe that I still deem acceptable and like her to win this class. I think the challenge from there becomes between 2 and 3, in my opinion. The doe that's in second, I like her added performance and her added body shape compared to the doe in third. I think she's the better underlined one, especially from her chest back to her flank. Is she as stout and powerful and as fancy as the doe is in third? No, probably not, but I think she's just a more functional, practical one that offers more brood doe potential. The doe that comes next, I like her in terms of her attractiveness up through her front 1/3. To me, she becomes the problem doe of this particular class. She's the hard-bodied one that's the straightest off both ends of her skeleton. I need to see her just be more relaxed and more flexible when we set them into motion, one that offers some unique pieces about her, but still just the harder flanked one that concerns me the most from a doability standpoint. The doe that we round out with is very, very big and stout at the ground, very functional in her kind, a doe that becomes just the plainest and most nondescript as you get right in behind them. Give those kids a great big round of applause, if you will.
Placings for Class 95. First place, Hollis Mosley. Second, Aubrey Keene. Third, Skylar Sheets. Fourth, Analia Alvarez. We're now showing Class 96 percentage Boer Does, 9 months to under 12.
Over here on this side, we have our 2 and under 3-year Weathers here, and all 3 of these are Nigerian-influenced Weathers. And like I was talking with the exhibitors here just a little bit, it's kind of unique when we start looking at these Nigerian-influenced Weathers that we have such different skeletal structures amongst all 3 than with them being full Nigerian influence. And so we're starting off the class with one that's just a really big bone, really big featured, big made one. And when you start looking through his chest, he's really broken about that rib, really open all the way throughout, keeping that width between his hocks. He is starting to get to that point where he's starting to get a little over-conditioned for me, and we start looking at those indicators in regards to right behind the shoulder, in that flank, and on that tailhead. But for me, still good enough to be able to win this class of 2-year-old Weathers. The young ladies here in the middle, when we start talking about structural frame, I think he really fits his skeleton well in regards to that width throughout and the way he fills that skeleton, just not the substance of bone and the correctness in regards to those feet and legs, more particularly in those rear passers as our class winner today. The young ladies down here at the end of the line, nothing to take away from her in regards to a breeding piece. When we start looking at does, we want a little bit smaller bone, a little bit finer featured, and this young ladies would definitely fit the bill, but when you run into a class of those bigger bone Weathers, it's really hard to compete, but a good quality class top to bottom.
Young lady brings us a nice single entry here on the doe side of things. A really, really functional kind of a doe that's good-bodied and proportions quite well. Maybe a doe that could just be a shot better in her underline, but could certainly withstand more competition. Give this young lady a great big round of applause as she's done an outstanding job all day long.
Placings for Class 64 on the dairy side. First place, Corbin Bullhofer. Second, Aurora Tilley. Third, Ashlyn Cole. Now entering the ring, Class 65, Dairy Weathers. On the board side, placings for Class 96. Your class winner was exhibited by Avery Moore. In the ring now is Class 97.
Young man brings us a very nice, another single entry here on the doe side. I really like this doe in terms of her feminine, attractive look that she offers. Really, really high tie-in. I like the way her neck attaches into her shoulder blade. Strong down her top line and level out of her hip. A doe that maybe we could just stouten up a shot right at the ground and when you get right in behind her, but still a very nice single entry for this young man. Give him a big round of applause as he exits and we work towards a division champion.
Placings for Class 97. First place goes to Wade Sipple, who will now be showing for champion and reserve champion, junior percentage Boer Doe.
Over here on the dairy side with our continuing with our aged weathers, I'm going to go with this predominantly black and tan weather here at the head of the line. He is the smallest skeletal structures featured animal out here in this class today. But for me, when you watch him walk around, he's walking on the strongest set of feet and legs, more particularly in the area of those four pasterns and what we're seeing on the weather standing behind him. And when you start talking about his width, he's still naturally wide through his chest floor, out through those hocks. And when you go to get your hands on him, still plenty good enough, not depositing any fat in those areas of like we saw in a couple classes before. 2 over 3 in his turn. Again, it's fitting that size and scale to that skeletal feature. And for me, this chocolate and white weather here really silhouettes nicely from that head and neck down in that front end assembly. Long, lean across that top line. Probably the most level in regards to that top line, the area of the loin of the remaining weathers that we have in this class today. 3 over 4 in their turn. This was a little bit closer placing for me until I really started studying them while on the move. The young lady's brown and white one here, just broken up open a little bit more in regards about her rib, a little bit longer in regards to that loin shape, keeping a little bit more truer width to the ground than the young lady's predominantly black weather here at the end. Nothing to take away from him if he is a little bit stronger with fore and rear pasterns, keeping his skeletal width truer to the ground. He'd be more competitive in that class today.
Back over here on the doe side of things, we get into a division, and I think it's a very close. Yet to me, there's one that I like in terms of just her kind and her fundamentals. I got a little tough on her in terms of her hind leg and especially her rear pastern set. But the young lady out of the second class will be our champion. We dropped that solid red doe in, and we commended her in terms of just being really good in terms of her overall fundamentals of body shape and being functional. Then we set her out here. Maybe is she just quite tall enough, shouldered, and strong enough right behind her shoulder blade? I'm not quite for certain. The next one that I like the best is the young man's out of the first class. Give him a big round of applause.
Placings on Class 65 Dairy Weathers, 3 years and under 5. First, Aurora Tilley. Second, Archer Tilley. Third, Brooklyn Carmichael. And fourth, Reagan Carmichael. Now showing Class 66 Dairy Weathers, 5 years and older. Champion Junior Percentage Boer Doe, Hollis Mosley, and her banner is sponsored by Willoughby Sales. Reserve Champion Clayton Moore, and his banner is sponsored by RK General Cleaning. Now showing Class 98 Percentage Does, 18 months to under 24 months.
Another very competitive class over here on this side of the ring, and young man brings us one that I like a good deal, just in terms of her body composition and her overall correctness. Very level and parallel in her lines, especially down her top line and out through her hip. A doe that's very attractive up about her head and her neck, and we set them into motion. Very sound and athletic as well. The doe that comes next, I like her at her performance, and I like her height to shoulder and the way that she just balances from the side. A doe that we study them, though, she's the shorter hipped one, the straighter and more restricted from her hock to her pastern. A doe that just needs to get out and go with more comfort and flexibility. Young man rounds the class out with one that's presented very well. He does a good job of getting her shown. A doe, though, to me, she's the plainest out of her hip. She's the narrowest in her chest, a doe that we just need to crack her open and see more overall power and performance. Give them a big round of applause, if you will.
over on the dairy weather side, we're looking at our aged weathers. And for me, when we start looking at these guys starting to get mature and a little bit more mature, especially at the ages of 5 and over, we start seeing a lot of breakdown in regards to both forward and rear pasterns. So you want to start looking at the rest of that structural integrity and those pieces. For me, the young ladies' weather here, the head of the line, in terms of general appearance, I really, really like that front end assembly on this weather. Really smoothly blended from that head and neck down in that shoulder, back into a really robust rib. And he's keeping that width all the way back out through his out back through his hocks. But again, he's walking on a little softer rear pastors today, but definitely not the softest out here in class. The young man's brown and white weather standing here in 2 today. He's probably the most narrow made, smallest skeletal featured weather in this class. But for me, again, kind of comparison to our class winner, that front end assembly and length throughout, I think, is really going to help him, especially in regards to the area of that front end out through his chest and through that rib than what we're seeing on the 2 weathers standing behind him today. The 2 weathers here at the end of the line, 2 really big outline weathers, big framed individuals. They both start getting a little bit weaker on their pasterns. The young ladies tricolor weather here standing second from the end. Really like that depth of rib, depth of rear barrel, what we're seeing, just not as long and as elevated as what we saw in our 2 class winners. The young man's weather standing here at the end of the line, for me, just a little bit too deep, not as smoothly blended from that head and neck into that front end and keeping that width throughout to be more competitive in this aged weather class today.
Another very, very nice pair of them over here, and a pair of does that are just on the total opposite end of the spectrum in terms of where they're at compositionally. Excuse me. But the young man's doe is the more attractive one, especially about her head and her neck. I prefer her balance and her symmetry when you set them into motion. She's a more athletic doe that utilizes her hip and her hind leg with more flexibility. It is rather concerning how coarse she is in her udder development, but still a doe that's very, very nice and very, very well shown. Young lady's doe, I like her in terms of her moderate, practical look, big-bodied and very, very soft-centered. The doe, though, to me, that's too plain and too nondescript, carries plenty of condition out through her hip or in her udder development, but still a very high-quality one. Give that pair of them a very, very nice round of applause.
Placings on class 66. First, Aurora Tilley. Second, Archer Tilley. Third, Cameron Gwynn. Fourth, Mason Appleton. Placings on class 98. First, Maddox Keene. Second, Aubrey Keene. Third, Owen Keene. And placings on class 99. First, Clayton Moore. Second, Josephine Kendall.
Over here on the Dairy Goat side, we're going to go ahead and start with our Fiber Goat classes. And for here, it's all based upon hair quality and that mohair potential. And so when we start looking at this junior kid here, not necessarily developing that quality of hair that we're going to see in some of these older does that are going to come out in these future classes. But from a structural perspective, really large outlined individual. She's got that protected hair coating starting to develop to get that length of mohair started as she matures into a yearling. A really good individual to start our fiber show.
Placings on class 128. First, Ethan Hurt. Following the completion of our fiber show, we will take a 10-minute break or 15-minute break before showmanship on the dairy side.
So another single entry here over on our fiber goat, and for this individual, as we start seeing again, like I said in that last class with that age and maturity, we're starting to see that longer hair quality. So when we're starting to look at this fiber potential, we want to see cleanliness, we want to see that longer protective hair, trying to protect that mohair that's going to be underneath. And the older they get, the longer that hair gets, the more useful that mohair is going to be. And when we start talking about from a structure perspective, a really wide-based individual, again, another really good quality doe here in our fiber show.
Very, very good doe in this particular class that we land on to win. Just really good livestock, sound and good at the ground, very athletic. I love her attractive look up through her head and her neck, very level down her spine, very round and robust in terms of her forerib and her body shape. Just a very, very high quality for the doe for that young lady. The young lady that comes next, I like this doe's moderate, stout look that she offers. We compare her to her class winner, though. She's not as attractive up through her head and her neck. She's not as balanced and clean through her chest bone and her breastplate, if you will. Not as attractive from her chest back to her flank, but those still moderate and easy keep, and appreciate those things about her. The black doe that comes next, I like her in terms of her foot and her bone. She's good in terms of her body shape. Compared to the two does right ahead of her, though, she's straighter at the point of her shoulder in relation to her knee. Her neck set isn't quite as assembled attractively as what those two right are ahead of her. The doe that comes next, I like her added length of body, like her body shape. A doe, though, that just carries too much weight at the front end of her skeleton. Need to reorganize her weight distribution and give her just more of a balanced look. The young man that comes next, I like the added length and performance in the doe that he brings into this class. That's a big forearm and a stout-boned one. A doe, though, that gets too round and coarse off both ends of her skeleton. Young man that rounds out the class brings us one that needs to be fleshier to move up any higher, but a doe that's good in terms of her horn placement, a doe that we need to refine her in terms of her udder development as well. Give those kids a nice big round of applause.
So again, another single entry here, and again, as the older we get, we're starting to see that longer length of hair. And then for this individual, for the silver and white that we're seeing in here, I really like that hair quality, really soft to the touch, really that texture, that mohair underneath is really nice and firm. I was talking to a young lady about what they do with it if they take it and make their own product to make blankets, sweaters, whatever the case may be, but they go ahead and shear and sell off to a mill and that kind of stuff, and that's how they make their money off of these fiber goats, but a really good quality. I just wish she was just a little bit wider at the base of her skeleton to really fit her size and stature, but again, another really good fiber goat here in our classes.
Placings on class 129, first Madeline Clark, and class 130, first Abigail Clark. Will now show for champion and reserve Cashmere Junior Doe.
Another very, very good division over here. And there's one, in my opinion, that just defines what good built, good livestock is. The young lady out of our third class will be our champion. We'll reevaluate for a reserve. We dropped that second place in, and we talked to her in class of we liked her moderate build and how stout she was at the ground. I think compare her, we get her back out here. She's not as attractive as the other two are that precede her in the two classes before, but still a very moderate, very, very nice, very nice goat. I think to me it ultimately comes down to the two class winners. To me, the young man's doe that wins the first class was the more moderate built one that's easier keeping. I like her added body shape and her added power. The young man's doe that wins the second class, I like her attractive, balanced look. A little concerning about how coarse she is and her udder. Maybe need to see just a few more pounds and a little bit more flesh put on her. So those are the trade-offs, if you will. I'm going to set the microphone down. I'll show you the one that I like the second best. Make some noise. These kids have been working hard all day.
over here on this side of the ring, we have our champion lineup for our fiber goats. And for me, I think they sort quite easily. And again, nothing to take away from their young man's here at the end of the line, but from a structural integrity perspective. But then also when you start looking at the quality of hair, of mohair that they have and the potential that they have, and along with the protected hair coating that we get to see on the outside and then evaluating the underside, my older doe is going to be champion. My doe in the middle is going to be reserve.
Placings on Class 100, percentage does 36 months and older. First, Allie Moore. Second, Taryn Garrett. Third, Alexis Wallace. Fourth, Rylan Garrett. Fifth, Rylan Garrett. Sixth, Jackson Brown. Seventh, Thomas Brown. And champion percentage senior doe goes to Allie Moore. Her banner is sponsored by Romney Farms. And reserve, Maddox Keene, and his banner is sponsored by Lola Vella Salon and Gifts. Champion Cashmere Junior Doe went to Adeline Clark, and reserve Madeline Clark.
So this is our single entry here for our mohair type doe. And for me, from a structural perspective, I would like to clean her up a little bit in regards to that rear end, level out that rump structure just a little bit, make her a little bit wider from thorough to thorough, just that way she shows that width that she shows through her chest floor all the way out through her skeleton. But when we look at her from the rest of her that she's presenting today, she's a really good quality individual. She's really big about that rib and that mohair potential, really soft, elegant to the touch, well deserving of blue ribbon and champion today.
Placings on Class 131, Cashmere 2 years. William Baker, first place. He's also champion.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 Tippecanoe County 4-H Fair. We'd like to invite you to the Home and Family Arts auction in the southeast wing near the food court. They have lots of yummy desserts and treats for auction.
So another single entry here, this time is for our mohair weathers, and for me, a really tall, upstanding individual, carrying tremendous width through his chest floor, kind of like with that doe that we saw in that last class, just wish he's a little bit wider through those hocks when on the move, but when you go to get your hands on, really open about that rib, a really elegant individual, well-deserving of blue ribbon and champion weather today.
I told him he would just pick a champion. That's all it says. It doesn't say anything about.
Placings on Class 132, Fiber Weathers, Alexis McLaughlin. We'll now begin that 15-minute break before beginner showmanship.
Over here on the in the pair side of things, to me, there's a pair of them that suit me quite well in terms of being very well built and very compositionally correct. I think that there's a pair of them that resemble each other quite well. The young lady with the black top on, and then the young lady with the red hair. Give them a nice round of applause.
Placings on Class 101, Champion Boer Best 2 Head, Avery Moore. Now showing Class 102, Mother-Daughter.
Very unique opportunity out here on the mother-daughter division, and there's a pair of them to me that is very logical that needs to win this deal. I've described the mother very well in my opinion in terms of I just think she's good livestock, very sound, very functional, and yet gives a very well balanced, attractive look. The young lady with the red hair and the young lady with the black top is going to be our champion.
Champion goes to Allie Moore.
Now entering the ring, Class 103 Myotonic Does.
Another great way to start off our myotonic show. Young lady brings us one that just gets out and prances around the ring like a show goat ought to. I love her elevation up through her front 1/3. Very tall shouldered and very attractive up about her head and her neck, yet handles with some muscle and some shape all the way through. A very, very nice, well balanced, well put together one. Really appreciate those things about her. Highly presented one that comes in second. I like that about her. A good deal. A doe, though, that is good bodied and good in terms of her shape and her muscle compared to our class winner. Not as attractive when we set her into motion, doesn't tie her head and neck quite as high and unique and attractive as what our class winner does, but still very, very high quality. Young lady that comes next, I like the presentation and the hair coat on your doe. Very, very sound and very fundamental. Like those basics about her. A little rounder out of her rump and her hip structure compared to the two right ahead of her. Not as stout at the ground in terms of her foot and her bone, but still a high quality one. Young lady brings us one that is evidently done very, very good and very efficient at the feed bunk. A doe, though, to me, of the top four, she's the round-hipped one that's got too much set to her hind leg and her pastern. Need to strengthen her in her pastern and lean her up in terms of her body composition to get her to move up any higher. Young lady brings us one that's stout and really robust all the way through. She's as straight as shouldered one, needs to be more relaxed from her shoulder to her knee to get her to move up any higher. And then the one that we round out with is very, very nice, very high quality, one that just needs more time on feed to move up any higher. Give those kids a great big round of applause.
Placings for Class 103. First place, Claire DeFries. Second, Haley Wagner. Third, Claire DeFries. Fourth, Audrey Spray. Fifth, Ashley Risch. And sixth, Jude Carmichael. We're now showing Class 104 myotonic does.
Another very nice single entry here on the myotonic doe show. Young lady brings us one that props up very, very nicely. Big-bodied and round-bodied, if you will. Very good in terms of her feet and legs. Maybe need to level her up in terms of her spine and out through her hip, but a very nice job for this young lady. Give her a great big round of applause as she exits.
Your Class 104 winner was Carly Woods. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion junior myotonic doe.
Very impressed with the quality to this point in the myotonic show. The doe that won the first class, I just bragged on how athletic and how mobile that one is. She prances around the ring like a show goat ought to, and yet still combines that with plenty of muscularity. I like that doe a great deal. The young lady's doe that won the second class could have withstood a little bit more competition. We get her back out here and still a big-bodied doe that's round-bodied, a doe that offers plenty of width and dimension. We described her in class. We needed to see her just a shot level her spine and square out of her hip, but still a very, very high quality one. Give these three kiddos a big round of applause. I'll show you the one that I like best, followed by reserve.
Your champion junior myotonic doe is exhibited by Claire DeFries. Her trophy is sponsored by Stillwater Farms. Your reserve champion myotonic doe is shown by Carly Woods. And her trophy is sponsored by Wagner Water Systems. We are now showing Class 105 Senior Myotonic Does.
Very high quality pair here, and I think the young lady's doe has a decided advantage that we land on to win when we set them into motion and she wants to go. I think she's just a sounder, more athletic option that's fresher and more attractive up through the front 1/3 of her skeleton. I still think that she's level her spine and just more correct out of her rump and her hip. Very, very high quality one. The real muscular, big bodied one lands in second. Appreciate those things about her. She's coarser and bolder about her chest and her shoulder. She's a little heavier conditioned doe that we just need to see a shot leaner. A doe, though, that we still appreciate her for her body and her shape. Just need to see her get out and go with more athleticism as well. Give those two young ladies a nice big round of applause.
Placings for Class 105. First place, Carly Woods. Second place, Brooklyn Spray. We're now showing Class 106 Senior Myotonic Does.
Another really good class of them over here on the Myotonic Doe Show. Young lady brings us the tricolored doe that's very, very attractive up through her front 1/3. I prefer her added length of spine and her length of body compared to the doe in second, and yet I still think she's more correct out of her rump and her hind leg when we set them into motion. A good big body type of a doe that offers some muscle and some shape. Very nice class winner. Young lady's solid black doe that comes next. Big-footed and stout-boned. Appreciate those things about her. Really like her in terms of the curvature to her upper rib and her lower body. A doe, though, to me, that's too short and round out of her hip. She wants to couple up when you set them into motion. A doe that we just need to stretch her out and give her more overall length. Give these two kids a great big round of applause.
Placings for Class 106. First place, Addison Quinton. Second, Hadley Quinton. We are now showing Class 107 Senior Myotonic Does.
Another good single entry here on the Myotonic Doe side, and the young lady does a very, very nice job. Says his goats are the only project she brings to the fair. Can appreciate that. A doe that's big-bodied and stout and robust all the way through. Maybe a doe that we'd like to make her a little taller shouldered and a little bit more relaxed at the base of her shoulder, but still a high-quality doe nonetheless. Give her a great big round of applause as she exits.
Your winner in Class 107 is exhibited by Kinley Reagan. Now entering the ring, Class 108 Senior Myotonic Does.
Outstanding pair of them over here on the myotonic side of things, and the sandy-colored doe that we go ahead and use to win. I just appreciate her just a notch more when we set her into motion. I think she's a sounder, more athletic doe that offers more flexibility out of her hock and her rear pastern. A doe that's just more usable, in my opinion. The doe that comes next, the black and white doe, I like her in terms of her body shape and her added width in general. A doe, though, to me, that's frailer at the ground. She's the longer pastured one, that's straighter and more restricted out of her hock and her hip. Give these two young kids a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 108. First goes to Jude Carmichael. Second, Brooklyn Carmichael. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Senior Myotonic Doe. In the dairy ring, we have Class 67 Beginner Showmanship.
Very, very good division of myotonic does. And to me, it's fairly logical on the one that we need to use to win, and we'll drop that second place in and give them another look. But the young lady out of the first class will be our champion. Give her a great big round of applause. Just from a general quality and basic build standpoint, really liked a lot of things about the doe that was second in that particular class. I think when you drop her into this lineup, she's the next good-bodied one that's still attractive and athletic when you set them into motion. She'll be our reserve champion. Give her a big round of applause.
Your champion, Myotonic Senior Doe, is exhibited by Carly Woods. Her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. Your reserve champion, Myotonic Senior Doe, is shown by Brooklyn Spray. Her trophy is sponsored by Connect with Nature. We are now ready for Class 109, Myotonic Weathers.
Get into the Myotonic Weather Show, and young lady brings us one that is a gamer. I really like this goat a great deal. He is very stout. He is very powerful all the way through. That is a round cage and a muscular rump and lower leg shape. Not the biggest footed, not the biggest bone critter in the world, but very high quality. Represents good stock. I like that one a good deal. I think 2 and 3 becoming just a shot closer. I like the weather that ends up in second, just in terms of his levelness of lines, his shape of muscle that he has to offer, and yet still being structurally correct. Just a well-balanced, attractively made one that lands in 2. The weather that ends up in third, I like his overall look and balance. A weather, though, to me, that's too steep out of his rump, gets a little easier in his top line, not as good in his full rib and his body shape as the 2 right ahead of him. Really stout, powerfully made one that ends up in fourth. Whether, though, that's 2 round off both ends of his skeleton. He carries the most condition and the most waist on him. Give that young lady, though, a nice round of applause. She's working really hard out here.
Placings for Class 109. First place, Haley Wagner. Second, Nora Gamble. Third, Claire DeFries. Fourth, Ashley Risch. We're now showing Class 110, Myotonic Weathers.
Young lady brings us a single entry within this particular class that could withstand a lot of competition. That is a round-bodied, big-ribbed one that is very, very stout and robust all the way through. Very, very high quality, very high-end young lady. Congratulations to you. He could withstand some more competition.
So we're starting with showmanship over here on the dairy goat side, and this is our, I like to call a rookie showman because this is our first year members of 4-H, and all of these individuals did a really good job top to bottom. We're trying to work through some things in regards to making sure we know where I'm at all times, making sure that we're switching sides when appropriately, and then also that adequate spacing in between all of us as we're walking, and then like we're standing here today in a head-to-tail line. But for showmanship today, it is my responsibility to be able to pick one winner out of each one of these divisions that we're going to have today. And for me, there's an individual that just did a really good job in regards to showcasing their animal, and also at the same time making sure that they always knew where I was at all times, making sure the goat was set up at all times, but then really at the same time too is the most confident in themselves as well. The young man with the Saanen is going to be my champion rookie showman today.
Visited with the young lady over here that's going to attend cosmetology school after, I believe, this fall, right? And so exciting for her. Brings us another nice single entry, a wether that's big-footed and stout-boned, a wether that's starting to show some of his age, though, as well. Doesn't handle maybe quite as fresh and youthful as maybe what he once did. A little rounder and steeper out of his rump, and correlates to having a little too much set to his hind leg. But give her a great big round of applause.
Your champion beginner dairy goat showman is Henry Vaughn. His trophy is sponsored by AC6 RNs. Your winner of Class 111 is Kinley Reagan. Now in the ring is Class 112, Myotonic Weathers.
Young lady brings us another very nice single entry here. A great big wether that offers some added growth and performance and length and extension. Appreciate all those things about him. Extraordinarily sound when you set him into motion. Step right in behind him. Could use a shot more muscle and width, but very, very nice single entry. Give this young lady a great big round of applause.
Your Class 112 winner is Mariah Miller. Entering the ring next, Class 113, Myotonic Weathers. On the dairy side, entering the ring, Class 68, Junior Showmanship.
Another nice single entry for this young lady, and his horns are very, very impressive. Very nice, big, stout goat. A wether, though, that needs a shot more muscle, needs a shot more balance, getting plenty old in terms of his maturity, but still a very nice single entry for this young lady. Give him a great big round of applause, if you will.
Your Class 113 winner is Kinley Reagan. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion, Myotonic Weather.
What a fun division that this has been, and ultimately it boils down to a pair of them for this particular judge. That there's a pair of them that offer some muscularity and some product all the way through, and yet still offer some balance and some attractiveness and some athleticism when you set them into motion. There was one of them that came out of a particular class that I thought was just so good and so athletic when we set him into motion, and yet still offered some power and some mass. Young lady out of the first class will be our champion. We dropped that second place in, and I still like that Weather in terms of his athletic, genuine build, very attractive, maybe a little rounder hip than this particular judge likes, and maybe not quite as massive and muscular as another one. Young lady out of the second class will be our reserve. Give her a nice round of applause.
All right, so this is my first class of beginner showman, and we have 2 heats of beginner showman. And so I'm going to pull a select few out from this round, evaluate the next crew, and then pull a number out of that next round, and then bring them back to come and pretty much select our master beginner showman. And for me, the 3 individuals that I'm going to keep out of this class is the young man with the Alpine Doe here, the young lady with the Saanen Doe here, and the young man with the Nubian Weather here. The other 3 can go ahead and go back. A really good job, but those 3 will come back for the next round.
Your champion, Myotonic Weather, is exhibited by Haley Wagner. Her trophy is sponsored by Jeff and Misty Oliver. Your reserve champion goes to Carly Woods. Her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts.
Very good single entry in our mother-daughter myotonic show. Certainly a pair that could withstand some more composition. A pair of them that resemble each other quite well in terms of being structurally correct, very sound and fundamental in terms of their basic kind. Give these youngsters a very big round of applause as they exit.
Your champion, Myotonic Mother-Daughter, goes to Jude Carmichael. His trophy is sponsored by Wagner Water Systems.
So this is our second wave of beginner showmen, and I'm going to keep 3 out of this class to bring back with the 3 from the first class. This class, top to bottom, is just a little bit more challenging for me. I don't want to get into a whole lot of details because I want to work these kids just as equally as that first 3. But for me, out of this round, just a little bit, just a tidbit. That way, those of you that know in the audience, kind of what I was looking for from this group. Initially in this group, just wanted to make sure that, one, we were setting up our goats correctly, making sure that they're set up to the best of their potential for the size of the animal that you have and what they are, and then always making sure that you knew where I was at, switching sides appropriately, and those kinds of things. Again, I don't want to get into too much more just because I want to work this next group, but for me, the 3 young ladies standing at the end of the line are going to come back for our next group. The first 2 did a really, really good job, but we're going to go ahead and send you guys out, but the girls standing here with the Saanen, the Oberhasli, and the LaMancha are going to come back the next round for the final for our beginner showmen.
Now entering the ring, class 115, Pygmy Does.
Very nice single entry to start our Pygmy Doe show off with. Lady just one that's ultrasound and very athletic and attractive. I know that's level spine and square out of her hip. Can certainly withstand some more competition. Give her a great big round of applause as she exits.
Your class 115 winner is exhibited by Genevieve Hedden. We'll now be showing class 116 Pygmy Does 12 months to under 18 months.
Another good class of Pygmy Does over here. And the young ladies, blue roan one, wins this class rather handily in this judge's opinion. So structurally correct at the ground, big-footed and correct in her joint work. Appreciate those things about her. And yet attractive up about her head and her neck and level spine. Offers plenty of muscle and power. Young man's doe that comes next, I like her in terms of her added power and her overall width. A doe, though, to me, I need to reattach her head and neck into the front side of her skeleton. Just a stiffer necked one that needs to go with more freedom of skeleton. The young man that comes next, I like this doe in terms of her added power. A doe, though, to me, that's too round off both ends of her skeleton, too vertical and too straight. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class needs to come with a little bit of a better attitude, if you will, but a high-performing, big-bodied one. Just need to see her go with more flex and reach off both ends of her skeleton. Give these kids a great big round of applause as they exit.
Your Class 116 winner is Abigail Rabb. Second place, Rylan Hamilton. Third, Zachary Peck. Fourth, Natalia Randall. We're now showing Class 117 Pygmy Does, 18 months to under 24.
Another good single entry for this young man, and a doe that's really attractive up about her head and neck, and yet gets around with some flexibility. Maybe I'd like to make her just a shot longer and square out of her hip, but a really nice single entry for this young man. Give him a nice round of applause as he exits.
Your Class 117 winner is Jonah Brower. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Junior Pygmy Doe.
Real good division of junior does over here, and to me it's very logical on the one that needs to win, just in terms of being very attractive up about her head and her neck and very youthful, and yet gets around the ring like a show goat ought to. Young lady out of the first class will be our champion. Give her a nice big round of applause. For reserve, I think things become just a little bit more, a little bit closer. I think the one that just best follows is the doe out of the second class. Give that young lady a nice round of applause.
Your champion Junior Pygmy Doe is exhibited by Genevieve Hedden. Her trophy is sponsored by Pat and Nathania Jarbo. The reserve champion Pygmy Junior Doe is exhibited by Abigail Rabb. Her trophy is sponsored by Connect with Nature.
All right, so over here, this is our final drive for our beginner showman, and let's go ahead and give these 6 individuals a big round of applause. So for me, with these 6 individuals, I really felt that between their 2 heats, they really separated themselves. And once we brought them back, they were still a really challenging group to evaluate from start to finish. All these individuals did a really good job of making sure they knew where I was at. That last go-around, as they were there side by side, I just went ahead and asked them a couple questions in regards to years of experience, in regards to the 4-H project, but then also at the same time how many years they've been showing goats. And top to bottom, all these young people did a really, really good job. For me today, though, I think there's two that really kind of sort themselves up to the top. For me, there's one that just does a much better job, in my opinion, in regards to setting up their animal the best, the quickest, and always attentive to know where I was at. And for that being said, may not be the oldest one out here, but for me, he did a really good job, the young man at the Alpine. He is going to be my champion showman today.
Another good single entry over here on the Pygmy side, and young man brings us one that can withstand some more competition. Love her foot, love her bone, love her overall structure. A doe that's massive in power all the way through. Give this young man a nice round of applause as he exits.
Your champion junior dairy goat showman is Christopher Myers. His trophy is sponsored by Creative Floor Coverings. Your Class 118 Pygmy Goat winner is exhibited by Ethan Brower. Now in the ring, Class 119 Pygmy Does 3 years old.
Another good class of Pygmy goats over here in the 3-year-old division. Young man brings us one that's just the most attractive and appropriate, up about her head and her neck, the way that her neck attaches into the front side of her skeleton, jet level down her spine and out through her hip, and yeah, it maintains plenty of power and width all the way through. Really like the young man's doe. Comes in second. Her moderate, easy keeping look can certainly be appreciated. She's the coarser-headed, coarser-shouldered one that just needs to be more relaxed there at her shoulder blade to move up any higher. And the young man that we round out with, a doe that's really, really nice in terms of her overall power and mass, but a doe that we need to lengthen her up out of her hip. She's the more moderate one that we'd just like to see more size and stature in. Give them a nice round of applause as they exit.
Placings for Class 119. First, Daniel Robb. Second, Daniel Robb. Third, Jonah Brower. We're now showing Class 120 Pygmy Does 4 years old.
Another good class of them over here in the Pygmy side, and the young man that we choose to win does so rather handily, in my opinion, just from a composition standpoint. I think she's the freshest one that's the most appropriate in terms of her composition and her leanness, and yet still maintains some structural integrity and power with that being said. Young man's brown tonnage one that comes next. I really appreciate her hind leg structure as she gets out and floats around the ring. But a doe to me that is a shot coarser, up about her front 1/3. Need to relax her in her shoulder and her spine. Young lady brings this one to round out the class with. Very stout, very powerful all the way through. The one, though, that carries the most condition on her. Need to lean her up just a shot. Give those 3 kids a nice round of applause.
Placings for Class 120. First place, Corbin DePoy. Second, Ethan Brower. Third, Abigail Rab.
Corbin Bullhofer ringside immediately.
Now we're in the ring, class 121, Pygmy Does, 5 years and older.
Another very, very good class of Pygmy Does here. And young man that we choose to win does so, to me, rather handily, just from a structural integrity standpoint. Relaxed at the base of her shoulder, level down her top, and square out of her hip, and yet maintains plenty of muscle and athleticism for me. Young man that comes next, I like the added power and stoutness in this doe. A doe, though, to me, that carries too much right there at the base of her chest. You need to clean her up in terms of her composition ever so slightly. Young man that comes next, I like the added look and presentation in the doe that you bring out here. A doe, though, to me, that's too short and round out of her hip. You need to free her up in terms of her hind leg. Young man that comes next, I like the added stoutness and power in your doe. A doe, though, to me, that's too coarse in her shoulder blade. You need to relax her in her knee to get her to move up any higher. Like the moderation in the doe that comes next, and still stout and powerful. Just need to smooth her up down her top line and out of her hip. Young man that we close with, I like the body and the shape in your doe. Need to just free her up structurally to get her move up any higher. Give these kids a great big round of applause as they exit.
Placings for class 121. First place, Larkin DePoy. Second, Ethan Brower. Third, Zachary Peck. Fourth, Corbin DePoy. Fifth, Corbin DePoy. And sixth, Jonah Brower. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Pygmy Senior Doe.
Been a very competitive division over here on the Pygmy side, and ultimately, I think it boils down to a pair of them, and that would be the two in the middle of the middle of the pack here. I think two does that offer some trade-offs and some value. The young man out of the third class will be our champion, followed by the young man out of the second class will be reserve.
Your champion senior Pygmy Doe is exhibited by Corbin DePoy. His trophy is sponsored by Jeff and Marilyn Jarbo. Your reserve champion senior Pygmy Doe was shown by Daniel Rabb. His trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate. Now in the ring, class 122, Pygmy Goat Weathers, 12 months to under 18 months.
Good way to start off our Pygmy Weather show over here. And there's a pair of them on the top end that just offer a shot more performance and elevation, if you will. I like their added length and extension. They're the bigger goats that offer just more product to go to rail. To me, though, the young man's weather is still more attractive up about his shoulder, cleaner through his chest, and leveler in his lines. The young lady's weather that comes next, I like his power and his performance. The weather, though, to me, comparing to our class winner, isn't as good up through his head and his neck, not as attractive as what our class winner is. And then the weather that we round out the class with, I like his added stoutness and his power. He just gives up too much weight, gives up too much performance to the two ahead of him. Give him a nice round of applause as they all exit.
Placings for class 122. First, Daniel Rabb. Second, Abigail Rabb. Third, Rylan Hamilton. We're now showing class 123, Pygmy Goat Weathers, 3 years old.
Another good pair of them over here on the Pygmy side of things. And the young man's weather that wins this class did so just from a muscle and composition standpoint. He's the bigger topped one that's more expressive down his top and out through his hip. And yet gives you a good attractive look from the side. I really like the young man's weather that comes next. I love his added feature, foot and bone. Whether, though, you get your hands on him, he's not as expressive down his top. He needs more condition on him to get him to move up any higher. Give these two kids a nice round of applause.
Placings for class 123. First, Larkin DePoy. Second, Carson Bates. We're now ready for class 124, Pygmy Goat Weathers, 4 years old.
Let's go ahead and give these junior showmen a big round of applause. So a really good group top to bottom. As you all saw that we're watching this side of the ring, that right here at the beginning, I went ahead and had them switch animals just because for showmanship, obviously we all work with a specific animal that we want to do exactly what we wanted to do, when to do it, and those kinds of things. So I made sure we made several switches just that way I can try to see a lot of us on some different sized animals, since we do have some Nigerians in here. We have a Junior Nubian, we have a Cashmere, and then we have 3 senior does out here as well in terms of the Alpine, the Nubian, and the Saanen type. So just trying to see how we all can handle these. And all of these individuals did a really excellent job. I went through and asked them in regards to what it is that they were exhibiting today for showmanship in regards to the breed. Depending upon if it's a doe, if it's a junior or senior doe, those kinds of things. I asked for some disqualifications of their breed just because each one of them is uniquely different in their own right. And then when it comes down to the finer things between, I think really 2 of these individuals out here is just ideal setup. When we went through and we switched animals, there was a couple individuals that I think each animal that they were on, they did a really, really good job in regards to setting them up as ideally as possible and also as much as the animal would allow them. And for me, like I said, between these 3, just combing some fine hairs. But at the end of the day, I think there's one that just did a much better job, especially when it comes to explaining their breeds and that kind of stuff to me in regards to exactly what they had. The young lady with the Saanen, and she is going to be my champion today.
Another very, very good class here in the Pygmy Show. And young man brings us one that is just so powerful and so robust all the way through. He's the best handling weather. That's the smoothest down his top. Really, really good and explosive out through his hip. Big-footed and yet sound and athletic. Young man's weather that comes next. I really like how tall-shouldered and good-looking that this weather is. No weather, though, to me, that's just a little rounder off both ends of his skeleton. He needs more muscle to compete with the one right ahead of him. A young man that we round out the class with. Big-footed and stout bone. A weather that we just need to stretch him out, give him more overall length to get him to move up any higher. Give these 3 kids a nice, big round of applause.
Your champion intermediate dairy goat showman is Haley Summerfield. Her trophy is sponsored by Creative Floor Coverings. Placings for Class 124. First, Daniel Rabb. Second, Larkin DePoy. Third, Spencer Bates. We're now showing Class 125 Pygmy Goat Weathers 5 years and older. On the dairy side in the ring, Class 72 Senior Showmanship.
Young ladies, weather that we're going to go ahead and land on to win. It's just the combination goat of the 2 that are stuck right behind him in terms of structure and muscle. Very, very powerfully built weather that still gets around the ring with plenty of structural integrity, if you will. Young man's weather that comes next. I like him in terms of his overall build and skeleton. A weather, though, that we need to see just more overall mass and muscle to get him to move up any higher. And then the weather that we round out with is very, very muscular. A weather, though, to me, that just gets too far outside of himself from behind. Need to reassemble his hind leg and just make him more secure. If you could, give those kids a great big round of applause.
Placings for Class 125. First, Natalia Randall. Second, Archer Tilley. Third, Duncan Bates. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Pygmy Weather.
been a really, really fun weather pygmy goat show over here on this side of things. And ultimately, it boils down to two of them for this particular judge that combine structural integrity and some power and some mass. I think to me that there's one that's just kind of a clear-cut winner. Young man out of the second class will be our champion, followed by the young man that won the third class. Give those two kids a great big round of applause.
Your champion Pygmy Goat Weather is exhibited by Larkin DePoy. His trophy is sponsored by Connect with Nature. Your reserve champion Pygmy Weather, shown by Daniel Rabb. His trophy is sponsored by J&B Environmental Abatement. Now in the ring, class 126, Pygmy best three females.
Best three females over here on the pygmy side, a very, very good division that has been, to me, the trio in the center of the ring win so rather handily in terms of uniformity. I like them quite a bit. Give them a nice big round of applause.
Your champion best three females is shown by Ethan Brower. His trophy is sponsored by Jeff and Marilyn Jarbo. We're now ready for Class 127, Pygmy Mother-Daughter.
Another good division of mother-daughter over here for the pygmy side of things. And to me, we're going to keep it simple. We're going to keep the pair out of the middle, again, together, just in terms of uniformity and structural integrity. Congratulations.
Champion Pygmy Mother-Daughter, Ethan Brower. Banner sponsored by RK General Cleaning. Now showing Class 128, Cashmere Senior Kids.
10 minutes, we will start with beginner showmanship on the meat side.
Well, let's go ahead and give these senior showmen a big round of applause. So first of all, I want to say top to bottom, these 8 individuals for senior showmanship are really good individuals in regards to exhibiting their specific breeds and what they have to present to me today. When we went through, again, just kind of like what you've seen as I've gone through the showmanship classes, I've progressively added something each and every single time. For me, being a high school ag teacher, this is one of the areas that I think is the most important in regards to any species that we show, just simply because the fact that, yes, a whole lot of money could buy really good animals, but also at the end of the day, what do you learn from your animal? Do you learn how to properly show it, or do you expecting that the money's going to win you a show and those kinds of things? And so for me, I really want to see what these kids know about the goat industry, not just dairy goats in their own right, but just like everything that is out here today. So like when I pulled all the young people over here by themselves, when it's just me and them looking at the rest of the class, I just asked them simply a few questions. One, if they're nervous, because I know for me, for showmanship was key. I could have cared less how I did in showmanship, but showmanship was my bread and butter. 2, how many different breeds were exhibited out here today in showmanship? Of those breeds, I had them identify a few of them, and then I asked them how many wethers are being exhibited out here in this showmanship class today, and then lastly, I asked them how many wethers were born in this calendar year. And so for this, that last question is kind of a trick question, because hopefully for some of us, and I think some of us realize that once we said a response, wethers are castrated males. So realistically speaking, there were 0 wethers born in this calendar year, and there was 2 individuals that got, three or 4 individuals that got that question correct in this showmanship class today. And then going on from those questions, it leads into what this is all about what showmanship truly means, and how will they show not only their animal, but also the animals that I was given once we did the switch. Once we did all that, there was 2 individuals that really surfaced to the top in regards to their respective animal, what they're showing to me today. But what came down to splitting the hairs between our champion and the rest of the class came down to the side-by-side maneuver. And for me, some people don't think maneuvers are that big of a deal. For showmanship, I really don't rank maneuvers really, really high, but also at the same time, it's still important to know where we go and that kind of stuff. And for me, there was a single individual that did that maneuver correctly. And for me, when we do side-by-side and I trick them by going behind the animals, for me, I always want to see you lead in front. Never come behind. And the reason being is because goats are fight or flight animals, so if you spook them from behind, they could go to the rail, get loose, and those kinds of things. And there was one young person out here today that did that. And when you combine the rest of the showmanship and what I put them through, they still escalated themselves to the top. The young lady in the middle with her recorded grade is my senior showman today.
Your champion senior dairy goat showman is Parker Walters. Her trophy is sponsored by Creative Floor Coverings. We will now be showing for grand champion showman.
a really good trio of young showmen that we have out here, and certainly the future is bright within the goat show over here in terms of showmanship and still bringing quality animals to the show. To me, there's one showman that does just an outstanding job in terms of being efficient, knowing where he needs to end up at, and maintaining his position within line. Now, I'm not the type of judge that's going to ask a whole lot of questions in showmanship. I don't believe that it's a quiz bowl. I believe it's how hard have you worked with your animal at home and gotten to the show here, and then display that hard work in the show ring. If you could, give your kids a great big round of applause, and I'll show you the one that I like the best.
Your champion beginner meat goat showman is Turner Mosley. His trophy is sponsored by Connect with Nature.
Good first heat here in our junior division. We're going to keep these 3 and dismiss those 2. I gave them a nice little reason of a thing or 2 that I would change on their showmanship. Certainly there's coaches and parents back at the stalls or ringside that do the coaching every single day. I just gave a small pointer of just a few obvious things in my opinion. I'm not trying to completely change your showmanship or anything like that. I think all of them do an outstanding job. Give them all a great big round of applause as they exit, and we'll work into our second heat. Again, another outstanding set of young showmen. We're going to keep these two over here. Again, a small pointer or two, just a goat jumping or leaving a shot more space in between, or just some small things that we can work on, or keeping legs set right and square while they're out here. Give all these kids a great big round of applause. They've worked really hard to this point.
All right, let's go ahead and give these young people on the dairy side a big round of applause. So this is our Showman to Showman lineup. We have our rookie, we have our beginner, we have our intermediate or junior, we have our senior, and we have our returning showman. And for this, so just going through and talking with each one of these kids, I think the longer we were in here, could definitely feel the tension. I think they could have probably split it with a piece of hair in regards to how tight some things were in here the further we went on in showmanship. But for me, all 5 of these individuals are really good quality individuals, obviously top to bottom, starting with our youngest showman here with the Saanen, then the young man with the Alpine, the young lady with the Saanen, young lady with the recorded grade, and the young lady with the Nigerian at the end. Like I told every single one of these kids as I went through and talked to them one last time, I really wanted to tell them from start to finish today that they did a really good job. And even those of you that are sitting in the stands or back in the barn or waiting to show in Boer Showmanship or whatever the case may be, from top to bottom, you guys did a really phenomenal job today, regardless if you've shown the showmanship or not. And so for that, you guys should give yourselves a pat on the back. And parents, I applaud you for these kids, because I've been judging county fairs and really passionate about showmanship for quite a few years now. And I think I said this last year when I was here in regards to showmanship. And again, it's an honor to be back for a second year for this. Your guys' showmanship from top to bottom is stellar. I think that we can really go anywhere, any county fair. Every single one of these kids could probably win their respective age divisions again. And I told them, too, if I came back tomorrow and judged showmanship all over again, this outcome of this this showman to showman could be different, or even within the respective ages, it could be different as well. But for me, I think there's an individual, when we started talking about, and we did all the switches and that kind of stuff to see the differences in showmanship in regards to the bigger senior does, the more productive dairy does, and the smaller breeds. I think there's a couple individuals that surfaced to the top for me in regards to just not necessarily the quickest in regards to setup, but the most correct. For me, I'm not a Johnny speed racer in regards to you have to be the first one done and find where the judge is at. To me, I want to see your animal set up correct and presented to the best of their ability. And for that last maneuver that I did for Showman to Showman, that's what I asked every single one of these young people to do. I was standing along the gate. I asked them to go out into the show ring. They could pick anywhere in the show ring they wanted to go to demonstrate the best quality of their animal. And to me, if they're able to tell me the best quality of their animal, then they know the ins and outs of their animal, and they've worked really hard to know what's good stock, what's bad stock, and those kinds of things. And every single one of these individuals did a really good job. I think for one, in regards to explaining, in regards to me agreeing the most in regards to where they went, there's one that's just slightly better in regards to that, in her explanation in regards to where and why they set up, then also including why they set it up to hide a certain thing as well. And so for me, nothing to take away from our 3 younger showmen, but it does come down to our returning showman and our senior showman from today. And like I said, splitting hairs between the 2, I would take any of them. If I still had goats, I'd probably put them on an animal, say go have fun and see what you can do. But for me, those split hairs is that final decision. So let's go ahead and give these kids one more big round of applause, and I'll go shake the hand of your champion showman to showman today.
Back over here on the market goat side of things, we have 5 incredibly good showmen that do an outstanding job. I went through and I gave all of them just a small tip on things that I would change or things that I would do just slightly different. Ultimately, it comes down to 2 showmen for me that do just an outstanding job. And if I ever had a goat that I needed shown, I would let either one of them do it in a heartbeat. And I think it is ultimately splitting hairs. I think ultimately what it comes down to is one is just slightly more efficient than the other one is. I think the one is just, I think both of them stare right through your heart and tell you that they want to win, just in terms of their body posture and their eye contact, and I absolutely love that about them. I'm going to set the microphone down. I want you all to make some noise for these showmen. They do an outstanding job. Make some noise for them. We're going to get you a champion.
Your grand champion dairy showman is Parker Walters. Her trophy is sponsored by Denny's Body Shop. Your reserve grand champion dairy showman is Blair Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by J&B Environmental Abatement. On the meat side, your champion junior goat showman is Camry Cornell. Her trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate.
another really good division of them. And again, I just briefly went through and gave every kid a quick tip and trick. And I know that you show the weather's different than the does, and I'm perfectly fine with that. You don't have to be a weather showman for this particular judge. I'm just looking for somebody that's smooth and does a consistent, solid job and does it regularly, I guess. I don't like to see a whole lot of circling. I don't like to see, well, we look over and we got a back foot off, or, we look at them and, well, front foot's not quite there. And so to me, ultimately, it comes down to who's just efficient, who does the best job of just getting their animal there and then keeping them stuck there. So again, once again, make some noise. These kids worked really, really hard all summer for this. I'll show you the individual that I like the best.
Your champion intermediate meat goat showman is Brooklyn Spray. Her trophy is sponsored by Grogan Construction.
another really good division of them out here. I believe this is our senior division, and all of them do a really, really, really nice job. It's splitting hairs when you get to this point. I'm not going to go through and criticize every kid. I think that they all do a really, really outstanding job. Ultimately, showmanship is really just a matter of an opinion. In the actual show, you can say one's wider and thicker, typically can be true. You can say one's narrower and skinnier, and that can also be true. So it ultimately just boils down to what I think is the best showman out here. I think there's 3 or 4 kids that do, really separate themselves and kind of sort themselves to the top. There's one that's just a shot more efficient, one that's just a little bit more aware of my surroundings and where I'm at all times. I'll set the microphone down. I'll show you the individual that I like the best. If you could, make a little bit of noise for these kids. They've worked hard all summer to get to this point.
Your champion senior meat goat showman is Claire DeFries. Her trophy is sponsored by the Wallace family. Will now be showing for grand champion and reserve grand champion overall meat goat showman.
What an incredible way to kind of round up this afternoon's show as we wait till the night show for the grand drive. All these kids do a really, really good job. There's no denying that. There's a few small differences that kind of separate them. And ultimately, the individual that I am going to use as I reflect back on the day has just done an outstanding job all day long. And I know that it's the regular part of the show, and maybe, some of them single entry classes, we, not necessarily hustle through them, but kind of just make a quick circle, make some brief comments, and then we get back into a division. But still, I think having showmanship at the end of the day allows a judge to maybe just go a shot quicker because he has a memory of how they've shown all the way throughout. To me, the one that I use to win, level of intensity is unmatched out here. And to me, it doesn't matter how old they are. It doesn't matter if it's their first year, if it's their last year. I'm going to pick the one that ultimately just does the best job, and I would feel the most comfortable sticking something of mine. So if you could, I've asked all day to make some noise. I'd really appreciate it here. And this is going to be something that one of these individuals will never forget. So make some noise, pump it up a little bit, and I'll go get you a champion.
Your grand champion meat goat showman is Camry Cornell. Her trophy is sponsored by Denny's Body Shop. Your reserve grand champion meat goat showman is Carly Woods. Her trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate.